Call the meeting to order for the October 25th, 2022 regular City Council meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Thank you. We have a guest for the invocation. Is Pastor Scott Cody here? Yes.
Thanks for having me. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for a day to be together, and we pray your wisdom over each council member on what we're discussing today as they lead with your guidance, your truth, and your spirit, to be honest, as we look to make our city all that it could be and care for one another well. We bless this meeting and our time together, and we bless our council members who serve diligently day in and day out. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. That's you are from St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church, correct? Yes, thank you so much. Okay, to lead us in the pledge, Councilwoman Dixon.
Thank you. Please place your hand over your heart. Let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, notice to the public.
The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has a discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items.
Thank you. Before we begin that, we're doing this a little out of order since there was no study session. Are there any public comments on agenda items? Please come forward now.
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon, and members of the council. My name is Jim Mosier. I believe this is an opportunity to comment on item Roman numeral 7, which is your voting on items that you might want to put on a future agenda. And I have comments about both of those. The first proposal is an agenda item to instruct the Planning Commission to come back on January 5th with their recommendation about what to do about fractional ownership in Newport Beach. I would suggest that you ask them to come back sooner than that, in fact, in November, as was originally promised by our Community Development Director, that the Planning Commission could have a recommendation by next month, November, for you to act on. And the second one is asking the staff to come back with a resolution condemning some government action that happened in the country of Iran. I very much sympathize with the sentiment of that resolution, but I think it's something that our city has no control over whatsoever. And I think it's totally outside the jurisdiction of the city council or the city of Newport Beach. And I do not feel our city should be devoting resources to something over which it has no control. So I would recommend a no vote on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Okay, seeing some, now it's time for council announcements or reports from council members on committee activities, and a time for council members to request an A1 item be placed on a future agenda. Councilman O'Neill?
Thank you. Yep. We had a good Finance Committee meeting. I was able to lead a Girl Scout tour of City Hall, which are always fun. We had Battle of the Bay last Friday. Congratulations to Corona Del Mar High School on that one. Wishing everybody, quick reminder that Halloween's coming up, so drive safely. Number one, drive safely. And then on November 2nd at 6 p.m., partnering up with the association up at Newport Coast, there's a crime prevention meeting at Oasis at 6 p.m. on November 2nd. And then just a quick reminder to everyone, make sure you vote. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman O'Neill?
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilman Duffield. I called you O'Neill, yeah.
So I'm happy to announce that last week we got Coastal Commission approval for our dredging project, which we have been working on for a couple decades, and will get us to our final design depth, which we haven't been to since 1938, which we all have to, there was just a huge effort by staff and everybody here over the years, and I'm very proud of everybody sticking to it, and it's going to make our harbor like it was when I was a kid. I used to eat clams in the bay. I don't think any of you guys would today, but we will soon, shortly, with this last dredge, because it'll get the water quality to a level it was 50 years ago. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Duffield. Councilwoman Dixon.
Yes, thank you, and congratulations. Well done at the Coastal Commission. I think it was last Sunday, Corona Del Mar had its community meet and greet. I'm sure Councilmember Brenner will speak about it, but I was happy to be there with the crowds of people and serve the home-baked pies, like a classic Midwestern picnic brought to Newport Beach. So it was wonderful. They a lot of enthusiasm, and it was a great community event. Couple of updates on future meetings. November 21st will be our next Aviation Committee meeting, and November 28th will be a District 1 Town Hall, which will, I think, be my 35th Town Hall and my last Town Hall. So it will be somewhat bittersweet. And I think I have a slide to remind us all that fun things are happening this weekend when it comes to Halloween Spooktacular. It will be at Mariners Park. And come one, come all, Saturday, October 29th, 3 to 6 p.m. There will be free live music, trunk or treat, a haunted house, carnival games, bounce houses, and costume contests. One thing we know for sure, that our Recreation and Senior Services Department puts on a fun party, community events. And so they're excited to host the 5th annual Halloween Spooktacular at Mariners Park. Food will be available for purchase, with proceeds benefiting the Mariners Elementary PTA. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councilwoman Brenner.
Yes, I have a couple of slides. The Corona Del Mar Residents Association has a historical subcommittee, and they are seeking, I thought it was up there. They're seeking old photos of the CDM cottages and documents related to their history, plus any other memorabilia that people find in their garages or whatever that relates to the city of Newport Beach and specifically Corona Del Mar. You can contact Ron Yo, and it's Ron, Y-E-O, architect at gmail.com. And they're collecting some really interesting things, and Sherman Gardens is partnering with them to hold on to some of that memorabilia, so it's really helpful. We also have a student art exhibition. All student artists are called for the City Arts Commission, a student sponsoring a student art contest. Submission deadline is Friday, November the 4th. Pre-K through grade 12 are invited to submit. Applicants may submit one original, two-dimensional artwork. Artworks will be displayed in the Central Library for 1 month in early 2023. And for more information, go to newportbeachca.gov/cultural arts. We did have a meet and greet last Sunday at Sherman Gardens, and this was put on by a group of citizens that just started reaching out through Nextdoor to other members of the community and welcoming people, and then they partnered with the Corona Del Mar Chamber and the Corona Del Mar Residents Association. I bet we had 250 people there at least. And Diane got off of the pie eating and judging contest and just got to cut. But trying 14 different pies in a short amount of time is not easy work, but we did it, and we came up with some good ones. So anyway, that was fun. Let's see. Oh, the Visit Newport, Kevin will probably talk more about the Love Newport Beach and the volunteer day that we had last Saturday, but we participated in that, and we did a contribution in order to clean the Be Well van and give it a sparkling new appearance. And we spent that day visiting. We went to the police department, and Sean at Rose's Bakery donated breakfast burritos, and we were able to take those over there. That was really a fun thing to do. I have met with just about everyone, I think, on pickleball. I'm sure if anybody else has an opinion about pickleball, you will let us know, but I'm not even going to go through the list of everyone that I've talked to there. Attended the Homeless Services Community Forum with Be Well, and that highlighted what Be Well is doing and how their work is actually helping out our police department. I attended the freshman Newport Harbor CDM football game at Newport Harbor, and that was really fun, especially since I remember the days when we had football games there and we never scored a touchdown back in the early days. So this was really fun to see really quality football. I did a ribbon cutting at Cappy's 40-year anniversary celebration on Saturday, and also attended the Art in the Park exhibition here at the Civic Green. And also it was a big day for Corona Del Mar High School. The foundation did a dedication for the running track at Corona Del Mar High School to Bill Sumner, longtime track coach, and then had a big concert at Newport Dunes for all alumni and all people that were interested in supporting Corona Del Mar High School. So that's it.
Thank you, Councilman Avery.
Thank you, Mayor. I joined Mr. Duffield on our trip to San Diego to meet with the Coastal Commission along with a number of our harbor commissioners. And I just wanted to be clear about how much work it was and how much Duffy's responsible for making it all happen. We went to Washington, D.C. twice together to lobby for funding, which ultimately came through another route, but nonetheless, it was a huge effort. And also a huge effort for our Public Works Department, especially Director of Public Works Dave Webb and Chris Miller, who's been involved with the harbor for decades. It's just a huge effort, and it's hard to appreciate it because you don't really see the result of dredging on the bay. You can't tell whether the water's 2 feet deep or 20 feet deep. So it is a huge environmental win because of the flushing, because of dredging out the bottom of the harbor, creating more water volume going through the harbor every day, and that's how the bay naturally cleanses itself, and it brings back all good life on the bay, eelgrass, all the fish, the now renamed starfish that's at Marina Park. What's it called now? Sea Star. Thank you. Yes. So these things are happening. So they're all a direct result of it. And the other thing is that when we do need to dredge again, at some point, way beyond this council's tenure, you really need a long lead time to get the funds and get everything in place to make it happen. And so this was a long lead time project. And if we get a couple of rainy winters, which could very well happen if you're paying attention to predictions for the atmospheric rivers in California and the threats to California for flooding, the bay could be filled up pretty quick. So it's really important that we stay ahead of it. We keep the bay deep on a consistent basis. So, but the real effort and commendation needs to go to Mr. Duffield for his vision and his dedication to pushing this through. He never failed. And I tell you, we had no idea which way the vote was going to go. And that was a real sweat moment for us as it was going. And just a quick aside, one of the most important things to one particular Coastal Commission member was environmental justice. And she noted that instead of sending the sediment with the unsuitable materials to a place like San Pedro, we kept it in our own community. So it's staying in the CAD, capped, secure, in our own community. We've not shipped it off to some other community. So I think that was really important to the Coastal Commission, and something that sort of surprised me, frankly, about their interest in that part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Blum.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to add.
Thank you. And as Councilman Brenner noted, we had a kickoff for Renew Newport's Volunteer Day, and I'm honored and so appreciative to say we had 40 projects completed with hundreds of volunteers. They said it's the greatest show of support and a volunteer day to their knowledge of any cities they worked with. So Newport Beach, I'm really grateful for all you've done, and many home improvement projects were implemented. Those are for individuals who may have physical or financial restrictions in their homes that become neglected, and volunteers came in with shovels and nursery items, and they replanted vegetation. It's really pretty impressive, and as a matter of fact, it's the way Newport Beach would rather do business. We'd rather help someone get in compliance with our code than cite them and make their situation tougher. So I hope to bring back a future item that's going to work with this group on an ongoing basis like neighboring cities do, so that code can be referred to these volunteers, and individuals who have homes can have help rather than face a citation, which we never want to do anyways. So it was a great day. Thanks for all who showed up and participated in that volunteer day. Okay, now on to matters which council members have asked you to place on a future agenda. These are non-discussion items. Councilwoman Dixon asked the council to consider directing the Planning Commission at its January 5th, 2023 meeting to make a recommendation to the City Council regarding the regulation of fractional ownership. So essentially, it's a specific request rather than the.
Put a forced completion.
Okay, perfect. It's a forced completion timeline. Okay, so please raise your hand if you support this item. Okay, looks like I have no
That was
feeling.
unanimous,
Yeah.
7-0.
Great. And I didn't understand it, so thank you. And then now on to number 2. I definitely understand this one. This is a great one. Consider adopting a resolution condemning the government of Iran for the physical beating and death of Amini by Iran's morality police. This is proposed by Councilwoman Dixon.
That would be council members Brenner, Dixon, Duffield, and Mayor Mulder.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please read notes regarding public comments on the consent calendar.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 13. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine, will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
Thank you. Councilman O'Neill, do you have any items to pull from the consent calendar or conflicts to announce on items 1 through 13? Councilman Duffield. Councilwoman Dixon.
I have nothing to pull, but I just would like Mr. Webb, or maybe the city manager, you can answer this, on item number 6, just to explain the expected completion of receiving the bids for this project. Is Mr. Webb here? Or Mr. Houlihan?
Councilmember Dixon, are you asking how quickly we're coming back with this item? Is that?
Yeah, just the process. I know it was explained in the staff report.
Yeah. We're going right back out, so we intend to bring it back. We're hoping we can bring it back by the second meeting in November, so in a month.
Very good. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Brenner.
None.
Councilman Avery.
None.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have none.
Thank you. I have 2 quick items. I'm going to request on item number 4. Item number 4 creates an ad hoc committee to appoint individuals to be approved by council. I would like to just amend it for me to confer with Chief Lewis and just go straight to council rather than having a committee. So to skip one step, if that's okay, Mr. Harper.
Yeah, so the way we have it set up now is for you to basically make a recommendation to the council and then they confirm it. We made some modifications to that to make sure to kind of expedite the process.
Okay, it says here, which shall be comprised of the mayor and 2 council members review the community members' applications. So
Is that in the staff report? Or?
is it a staff report? Yeah.
So it maybe didn't match up with the reso. The
Oh.
reso's been revised to basically
Perfect.
have you make the recommendation.
Thank you. Then never draw, I'll just move forward with that as is. And then I just want to, just to be safe, I'm going to lodge a recusal on item number 8 because I'm licensed in insurance, although I don't use that license, and it has to do with working with a brokerage. I don't think there's a conflict, but I'd rather play it safe. So I'm going to recuse myself on item 8 due to potential business interest as a licensed insurance agent, although I don't do that. I'm an attorney. And that's my only lodge.
Beautiful. I'd like to move the balance of consent with the proposed changes to the minutes and a recusal from the mayor due to business interests on number 8.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Duffield. Public comments on items 1 through 13, please come forward now.
Mayor Muldoon, members of the council, my name again is Jim Mosier. And since the mayor brought it up, I would like to comment on item number 4, which is the creation of a 3-citizen member committee to investigate and make recommendations about residential crime and burglary. And as I did in writing, I would just like to remind you of California's MADI Act, which does not set any clear restrictions on how a city council can appoint people to a committee, but it does remind us that most cities have in them a great pool of untapped talent that we don't call on when we make quick appointments to a group. First, I think the group is too small with only 3 citizen members on it. And second, the resolution makes clear that this is only going to be advertised for a single week. Out of the 86,000 residents in Newport Beach, I would guess there are more than 3 that are interested in serving on such a committee. It's an important topic. And I don't see how in a single week they're going to even know that there is an opportunity to be on this little committee. So I would recommend a much longer time to look for candidates so that you will have a good pool to choose from. Thank you.
Yes, please come forward.
My name is Laura Curran. I'd like to comment on item number 12. This is the annual review of Visit Newport Beach audited financial statements and expenditure report. So for the public, this is the Visit Newport Beach budget and financial statements audited, separate from the operating budget they submitted several months ago. And what I wanted to point out is Visit Newport Beach over the years has had very superficial financial statements. They have included, for example, in the budget this year, double their advertising expenses to the tune of several $1 million, and there were carryover funds to pay for them. I'm still not clear how that accounting was done. I haven't been able to see any information that explains that in these reports. And so, again, with Visit Newport Beach, with it being funded by a transient occupancy tax paid for by our friends and family who come and stay in Newport Beach, us when we stay in Newport Beach, and visitors from all over the world, it's important to make sure that you understand what we're getting and how we're, for the millions of dollars that we're paying and how it's being spent. So this is really wonky accounting stuff, but given that over the years, Visit Newport Beach's budgets have been very superficial and not provided the details, it's important that the public understand that when they go past their office on PCH, Visit Newport Beach is actually primarily funded through revenues from the transit occupancy tax and donations or contributions from the city. So we do have this budget available, and the residents should take an opportunity to look at it because they do drive a lot of our tourism activity and our expenditures. And how many of you have had a chance to read the budget already? So it's available to council. It's a lot to read, but it's informative for what's there and what potentially is not there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back here. We have a motion and a second. Let's vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Now we have public comments on non-agenda items. If it's not on the agenda this evening, now's the time for public comments on non-agenda items. Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor Muldoon, honorable council members, and staff. My name is Gary Cruz, Newport Beach, California. I'm in front of you today to address the flyers that were landing in our mailboxes last week. I know residents are tired of just the sheer volume of them, but these were particularly nasty. When they send things that are hurtful, offensive, and false, like they did for Joy Brenner and Tom Miller. They've gone over.
So we don't allow campaigning.
It's not a
Here
campaign.
at the council meetings.
This isn't a campaign. It's all about the flyers.
Then please refrain from then
I
calling
won't
out
mention any more
specific
names.
people.
Okay, it's just about the flyers. My point being is that those that worked on the SDR issues know the stand that Joy Brenner and Diane Dixon took. These flyers are false in their accusations. All I'm asking is that the city council denounce flyers such as this. We all know where they come from. It's not difficult. I'm no genius. And I could follow these packs and I can trace them to candidates. When you sit on a dais, like you all do, it's not just about attending meetings. It's not ribbon cutting. It's not breaking ground for a new building. You need to stand behind your colleagues when you know what's being said about them is false. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Muldoon, council members and staff. Mine's about short-term rentals. I came to many meetings, both at City Council and at Planning, and even at Coastal. And I know the contribution that Mrs. Brenner made towards the regulations and helping with our quality of life. So for that, I want to just publicly thank you and say on behalf of all the residents of Newport Beach, we are very supportive of all your efforts for us. One of the things that's coming up currently in agenda items is fractional ownership. So I just hope that you learn some of the things from the STR issues and problems and apply them to fractional ownership before it becomes a problem. Then perhaps I won't have to come to as many meetings, write as many letters, go to Planning Commission, hopefully not go to Coastal Commission. But I would hope that you would learn from that and apply it, especially as it's coming up on agendas now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members, Denise Oberman. I understand that the council is going to be reviewing, and I anticipate approving the zoning agreement for Sober Living by the Sea, the residential care and sober living operator in Newport Beach. And
That's on the agenda tonight, correct?
I'm not commenting. I'm setting context. Thank you.
Okay.
Just
Well,
bear
no,
with me
thank you.
for a moment.
Okay, sure will.
I'm just being clear, okay? So I'm here to comment on a non-agenda item, which is that the city has persisted in saying that it is legally unable to enforce the integral facilities provision in the current city ordinance affecting residential care. The agreement that the council is going to be reviewing later is the result of a negotiation, and the other side of obtaining that long-term entitlement was this operator's agreement to dismiss all of its actions in their entirety with prejudice. And that includes an action that had to do with requests to enjoin preliminary enjoining of integral facilities. If we do not keep integral facilities in our ordinances, it will be impossible to regulate these types of businesses in our residential neighborhoods. So again, I want to make the point there is no legal barrier to enforcing our current ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Curran. I'd like to speak just an update on drug and alcohol rehabs. I believe you'll hear from other people on this issue, as you just did, but I've requested information on the operator of Miramar Recovery and the public records showing who the operator is and who the registered owner is. Licenses for licensed 6 and under rehabs are not transferable according to the Department of Healthcare Services. So we are getting conflicting information about who is the operator and who is the owner, and there are individuals advertising themselves as the operator and as the owner. So we request that the city, in compliance with the settlement agreement with the residents many years ago to keep an accurate record of the rehabs, provide this information. So also, we would like to remind the city council that several of the Department of Social Services rehabs are operating without a license. It is the city has the opportunity to request that the facilities operate as licensed facilities and to shut them down or take other action if they are not licensed. Residents deserve this. The people operating the facilities and working there should be in a licensed facility, and so should people attending. So I want to remind you that we are still looking for those items, and I will be submitting a public records request asking for information related to the city's correspondence with the Department of Healthcare Services and the legislators Katrina Foley and Cotty Petrie Norris related to the operator of Miramar, as we've asked both of those legislators and the city to correspond with Department of Healthcare Services, and related to the operating with licenses. The public record is available, by the way, for the public to any member on correspondence and to meetings and other actions taken. So I'll be submitting that request later this week. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on non-agenda items? Right, seeing none, we'll move on to the public hearings. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon and City Councilmember Simone Georges, your Community Development Director, and with me I have Associate Planner.
Wait, we have the TEFRA hearing first.
I'm sorry.
For this one, so.
I'm sorry?
We have number 14.
That's fine.
We're starting off with agenda number 14, which is the TEFRA hearing for Harbor Day.
For additional loan under the California Municipal Finance Authority. So we can certainly present a staff report if you would like, or we can just go into public hearing on that one and move forward.
Request? I don't see any request. Okay, so do we have any public comments? So that is item number, just so we're clear. We're on item number 14.
Number 14.
And Simone, I thought he's on 15.
He's on 15.
Great.
He
He's
was,
on second.
He's
Okay.
very eager to get to 15. But
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, seeing no requests from the dais, do we have?
I just have a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Clarifying question of staff. This presents no impact on the city's finances or any indebtedness or any risk rating of our credit worthiness, et cetera. Could you just clarify that for public knowledge, please?
That's correct. You know, the code has a provision where we can do these type of hearings. Harbor Days actually had originally had this amount authorized, but it expired, so we're basically just reauthorizing it, but there's no exposure to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Public comments on item number 14. Please come forward now. Yes, Jim.
Mayor Muldoon, members of the council, my name again is Jim Mosier. This sounds like a good thing. I'm sure you're going to approve it. I would point out, though, and for those who are not following what this is about, this is the City Council authorizing the Harbor Day School to issue, through a California public agency, an additional $5 million of bonds. And as Councilmember Dixon correctly pointed out, the city is not involved or liable in any way for the bonds. And whereas the section about fiscal impact says that there's no city funding required for this action and will be repaid for the small staff thing through a fee sharing with this agency. However, there is a small fiscal impact potentially on the city for doing this, which I think it's important to point out. Normally, the Harbor Day School would not be able to issue tax-free bonds. You're allowing them to do that. Since they are tax-free, it's to the benefit of the bond holders who will not be paying tax to California for those. And so indirectly, government revenue is being reduced by these, and some small part of that might potentially trickle back to Newport Beach if it were not for this action tonight. So there is potentially there's a larger impact on the state of California that they will not be getting any tax revenue from the people receiving interest from the bonds, and potentially there's a very small impact on Newport Beach. So That is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Okay, see, now we'll just bring it back. I don't see any requests to speak. It's a great institution, but I have voted against these for just ideological reasons since I've been on council. So I'll be voting no, but it's in no way a criticism or desire to not support a great institution. Yes, Councilwoman Dixon.
I'll maybe repeat that in the mic. I'll make a motion to support.
Great. Moved by Councilwoman Dixon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Blum. Let's vote.
With Mayor Muldoon voting no, the motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. Now, it's all you, Simone.
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon and City Council members. Simone Georges, Community Development Director, and with me is Associate Planner David Lee. So this item this evening is the reconsideration of the tennis club at Newport Beach. We do have a very, very brief presentation, maybe 3 or 4 slides. I just want to go through that real quick, and then happy to answer questions from the council. You've already heard a lengthy presentation at the last council meeting, so I'm just going to kind of more of a recap. This is our project location, our site plan there. You can see the subject site, the existing tennis club. This is the proposed amendment, and you can see there on the screen the application before you this evening. It is a hotel project with 8 tennis courts. And if I go through let me just click the next one here, give me a second. One more. There we go. If you see the item on the screen before you there, so the applicant had received entitlements about 10 years ago for a 27-room hotel with 7 tennis courts. The item before you is an amendment to that application. It is 41 hotel units with 8 tennis courts. In addition, in the past, the previous entitlements were 5 single-family residents. This one's now, it is 2 single-family residents with 3 attached condominium units. That is what the application is before you. We did do the secret review. We have the amendment does not propose any significant impacts or additional mitigation measures. And staff still continues to recommend that this item move forward, and the recommended action is to approve the item through a public hearing. One thing to mention that the applicant, based on the feedback from the council and the community, the applicant has submitted a revised application for the same project, but instead of tennis courts, it is with pickleball courts. That application was recently submitted and paid for. We have not reviewed it. That item is not before you as a vote. That we still need to review that, do our traffic study, our parking study, update our CEQA documents and our development agreement, and that will be done probably in about, we said 90 days, 90 to 120 days. And that's it for now. Happy to answer questions.
Great. Thank you. Do you have any questions of staff before we go on to hearing from the applicant? Yes, Councilman Brenner.
Simone, could you go into a little bit more detail about how that would impact this project if that were approved, the alternate plan that is submitted to the planning department?
So let me go back here just to kind of the diagram. So this item here, if you see on the screen there, it is the hotel project with, let's see, the 41-room hotel project with the 8 tennis courts. The applicant has modified as far as an amended application. Let me turn to David. David, is it all 8 tennis courts are pickleball courts, or is it?
Yeah, it's 7 courts, or turn into 26 pickleball courts.
Okay.
And 2 tennis courts, I believe.
So thank you, David. So if the item is approved this evening for tennis courts, so that application would be done and it would move forward to the Coastal Commission. The amended application for us from the staff standpoint, we would have to do our parking study, our traffic study, update all our documents that you have before you this evening, and then take that to the Planning Commission while the approved project is still kind of pending with the Coastal Commission. And then the amendment would go to the Planning Commission and then to the City Council, and it'll take some time to do that.
And one other question, the pickleball courts that are there now that are actually not, do not have a conditional use permit, that would be rectified through this second plan that's now in the planning department?
Correct. So the current use permit for that facility is for tennis courts. It's not for pickleball. As we've stated before, we're not going to get in the way of the pickleball activity. But if we're going to go process a revised application of a hotel with pickleball, it'll give us an opportunity to revise that use permit and clean that up so that it is kind of more of a legitimate pickleball facility.
One other question. There's been a lot of misinformation spread about this whole project, and my email indicates that people are very confused. I was still confused even after our last hearing on this. Could you address I don't know if it's a rumor or if it was intentionally spread that there was going to be high-density apartments here, about over 300 of them. If one of the partners or two of the partners wanted to do that, what would be the process for having to change this back to residential and get all kinds of approval for that?
So from a city standpoint, we've been working on the housing element, which was a mandate from the state to plan for an enormous amount of housing throughout the entire city. This property was identified as a housing opportunity site. From the work that we did on the housing element, there was a lot of units that was dropped onto that property, and it was more of an opportunity. It wasn't forcing anybody to build anything. This council has decided to kind of change, from a majority standpoint, change the housing element. This property was reduced as 100 housing units that's still allocated to this property. Again, we have allocation of housing units throughout everywhere in the city, including even Fashion Island, the airport area, Newport Center, even Coyote Canyon. So it's not unusual to have housing allocations here. So right now the housing element is certified. We have 100 units in our housing element. If the property owners agree and they want to increase and develop housing, there is the allowance of a transfer of housing units, and they can find a adjoining site, talk to the property owner, and see if they can move housing units through a transfer of development rights. That's something that could be done, and that tool has always been in our code. We just got it formalized in our coastal plan. So there can be an opportunity for 100 housing units here. There could be an avenue if the property owners can find donor sites to donate property and transfer the units over to this site also.
Just a little bit more elaboration on maybe the number of steps or how complex that process would be. It's not something that's easy.
No. That's a very good point, Councilmember Brenner. So the transfer of development and the transfer of units, that's a legislative act by the City Council. So it'll have to there's a public hearing process through it. There is CEQA, EIR determination. All that needs to go to the Planning Commission first. It has to be reviewed by the Planning Commission, and they would make a recommendation to the City Council. So all those items that we just talked about with regards to the CEQA, the environmental, all the legislative acts will be reviewed by the Planning Commission and then eventually come to the City Council for an actual determination by the City Council.
It would need council action in
Absolutely.
order to do that.
Correct.
Okay. That's all for my questions now.
Thank you. Now, Simone, on this site, the subsequent council can approve arena numbers to be placed on this site if the property owner comes to the council, correct?
At this point, we are, and so the issue is, Mayor Muldoon, is that we're stuck. We're moving forward with our environmental impact report, and so we don't want to change our project description. Right now, there's 100 units. We can't add any units to the site because it's going to throw off our schedule, and we're going to be off schedule because we have to start over on our traffic studies.
So I'm talking about 7-8 years down the road when we do the process all over again?
Yes, absolutely.
Someone could come forward and say, hey, nothing was built on the site, no hotel was put here, we have all the space, let's take advantage of the arena and put those units per their request, per legislation.
For the next cycle, that's correct.
And we also are afraid that, unfortunately, with the case law as it's starting to form, that many of our own local controls can't stop someone from doing whatever they want with their property.
That is true.
So we're in a very changing landscape. We've actually set up a system so that someone could transfer units. So yes, there is a system, and yes, they could reapply for arena units, but also there's a real reality that the courts just say, I'm going to allow units to be put on here because of the laws that state legislature has passed.
That's correct. We're losing local control and controlling how housing is allocated.
Okay. Any other questions before we go out to The applicant, okay. Let's, Mr. Hill, would you like to say a couple words?
Hello, Mayor Muldoon and City Council members. Thank you for our rehearing. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So from my perspective, maybe we could, do we have that? Oh, thank you. If I can remember how to do this. By now, I should have it down. Nothing's
Give us a
happening.
second. Give us a second, Bob.
1 second, Mr. Hill, 1 second.
There we go. So I want you to know that I truly believe that the decision tonight will result in, hopefully, the tennis and pickleball club and the improvements being there rather than high-density apartments. That's the choice from my perspective. The approval of the hotel with the tennis courts and someday with the pickleball courts that exist today will foreclose the high-density apartments. So it's very important. This is an existing entitlement. We have a general plan amendment. We have a planned community district, the Newport Beach Country Club Planned Community District. We have California Coastal Plan Amendment. We have a coastal development permit. We have approved vesting tentative map. We have a development agreement. We have site improvement plans through 3 plan checks with the city. We have architectural plans for the tennis and pickleball clubhouse and fitness center through 3 plan checks with the city. So I want to stress that we are simply amending an existing entitlement that's been 30 years coming. That amendment, what we call Plan B, basically adds 14 bungalows and lofts. So we get up to 41, and a little hotel office. And down in the fitness center, it has some performance therapy and a yoga pavilion. In the residential, we're simply swapping 3 residential single-family homes for 3 penthouse condominiums. The parking, we have 554 parking stalls over Corporate Plaza West, non-exclusive, for Saturday, Sunday, and holidays. Lots of parking. In addition to that, our project has 38 extra parking stalls and then another 30 at Corporate Plaza West during the week. So we have 68 parking stalls that are extra during the week. We have a lot of support for Plan B from members. At the last city council meeting or council meeting before last, there was a lot of confusion. Pickleball members looked up and said, wait a second, there's no pickleball courts on the plan. Well, that plan's been processed for many, many, many years. Lots of work has been done on it. Pickleball got super popular in the last year. Our tenant went and asked the city if he can convert some of the tennis courts to pickleball courts. And I think the city staff thought he might convert a few. He converted a lot. So now there's 31 existing pickleball courts there. And planning has told everybody they're not going anywhere. They exist. Our tenant spent over $250,000 converting those tennis courts to pickleball courts. He doesn't want to take them out. I don't want him to take them out. I don't think the pickleball members want him to take them out, but I know who does. So at the September 27th hearing, we did not show up with all the pickleball members, and a number of pickleball members showed up confused and talked against Plan B. I think that some of those members that talked against Plan B, I see some of them in the audience, are going to come and tell you, we've seen the light, we now understand, we're in favor of Plan B, we're against not approving Plan B tonight. As you've seen from your planning staff, this is what we're asking to be approved. There's 8 tennis courts, one more than before, and there's 2 changes. There's these 3-story loft buildings that block the pickleball and tennis court from the rest of the facility. So I've heard people say, pickleball's not compatible with a high-end hotel. Well, right there, out in front of the tennis courts is the wedding lawn for Newport Beach Country Club. They have weddings there, I think, almost every Saturday and Sunday. There's no problem from the pickleball courts. You can go to lunch here and sit outside at the golf club. You will not hear pickleball. So when you add to that 12-foot fences that are going to have sound barriers, thank you very much for making us aware of that. Very much appreciated. They're going to have sound barriers on the inside. It's required under the agreement to lease and lease. In addition to that, there's 2 very large buildings that turn their back on the pickleball court. This building, for example, unbelievable penthouse condominium that sees boats coming in and out of the harbor, maybe Duffy's coming in and out of the harbor, it blocks whatever pickleball noise there might have been, which there isn't any. This is the promised new clubhouse and fitness center, state of the art, with a lap pool. This is what was promised to the members over the last 30 years. New locker rooms. The existing locker rooms are 60 years old. So Grand Slam Tennis, as I said, spent $250,000 converting the tennis courts to pickleball courts. Managing owner agreed. After the September meeting, a lot of pickleball people were saying, we want the improvements right away, and some of them were saying, we like it as is. So we agreed to 7 years as is. So no change whatsoever. The tennis courts stay, the pickleball courts stay, everything stays the way it is. And then possibly after 7 years, the boutique hotel gets built and 28 pickleball courts stay and 1 tennis court. We've submitted, as the planning director said, we submitted an application. We paid our $13,000 fee. There's a copy of the application that was, actually it's a plan snapshot report of what we submitted. Shows the $13,000. So I hope that proves that we are intent on getting the existing pickleball courts officially approved. The existing pickleball courts that are going nowhere. Nobody wants them to go anywhere. Well, there's somebody that does, but they will go unnamed. So this is what the plan is that we submitted. And basically, there's 4 pickleball courts for every tennis court. So there's the 26 pickleball courts because our tenant wants to take 4 of the pickleball courts and turn them into 2 stadium courts. So that took away 2 of the existing pickleball courts. Why? This is a kind of a blow-up of that plan that kind of shows it more closely. These are the big buildings that block the view. Block the sound. So why is it so critical that this gets approved tonight? Well, it's to save the iconic tennis and pickleball club. it will take us 2 months to get our application accepted by the city. We hired LSA, they have to do a traffic survey, then they do a traffic study, a parking survey, then they have to do a parking study and a traffic study and CEQA and so on and so on. So we submit, we get back an incomplete letter. We submit, we get back an incomplete letter. It takes us a while to get a complete letter. I don't know if anybody else does it in one try. No? Oh, good. That makes me feel better. So maybe January 2023 to get our application. Then planning has told us they need 4 months. So that's May 2023. And then it comes to Planning Commission and City Council. And that's now June 2023. We're out of time. We're before a judge in a JAMS arbitration. We can't continue anything on our own. It takes both sides to agree to a continuance. I am sure that the other side will not agree. We have a dysfunctional ownership. It wasn't always like this. My original owners, Alan and Arnold, we were on the same page. When I told them we had to make everybody happy, we have to reach out to all the stakeholders. We have to talk about, the tennis club and what they're going to get. They're going to get the tennis club preserved. There's going to get new improvements. The golf club, what they're going to get. Granville, Coastal Commission, Irvine Terrace. We had town hall meeting after town hall meeting, and my original co-owners not only supported it, they enthusiastically supported it. They understood why that was so important. So we're out of time. The last point I want to make, or maybe it's not the last point, but another point I want to make, is action speaks louder than words. My mother told me that when I was a little boy, and I certainly learned it in the last 30 years. So my original co-owners were on the same page. But we listened to all the stakeholders. We went through all the process. We found out why it was important to the PGA and Hoag Hospital. Now we have pickleball members. We've done a lot of meetings with them. And my inherited co-owners don't have the same vision that their father and father-in-law had. They believe that high-density apartments will yield more rent. Not true. It doesn't yield more rent. And when we went through arbitration number 1 and arbitration number 2, they hired appraisers to do hypothetical appraisals of what the rent would be if it was high-density apartments. And I would argue, that's a bird in a thorny bush that we can, get scratches trying to get out. And we have a bird in our hand that has been approved. Let me finish the entitlements. And Judge Frumholtz ruled he's the managing owner, he has broad discretion, he has the right to finish the entitlements. Do not interfere. What happened? Within 3 months, they sent a lockup letter 1, lockup letter 2, lockup letter 3 to the city. 1 to the city attorney, 1 to the planning director, 1 to the city manager to try and stop the entitlement. Why? Because they wanted to see all pickleball courts? No. They testified under oath in arbitration hearings. We do not want the club there. You're breaching your fiduciary duty, leaving all those tennis courts and spending $5 or $6 million with a new clubhouse and fitness center. You've lost your mind. We're against it. They testified under oath that there would be absolutely no opposition to wiping out the tennis club. Now, tennis and pickleball club. When RENA came along, they sent requests to the city to have the tennis club, now tennis and pickleball club, included in RENA. 380 units, whatever it was. I knew nothing about it. Suddenly, months and months later, I started getting calls from people, including Mayor Muldoon. What are you doing? including Corey Kramer. What are you doing? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. So we had a couple of meetings here, and we got that removed with the help of a lot of pickleball members that were very concerned. About a year ago now, maybe it was a teeny bit more than that, I got a letter from Brett. Actually, it was from Elliot and Irv, later from Brett, basically sending me a letter of intent from Ryan Company. Ryan Company is a huge, huge company. They have offices in 15 cities. They have something like 10,000 or 12,000 employees. They're huge in San Diego. And they sent an LOI basically proposing 345 to 365 apartments, 5 and 6 stories. I explained why that wasn't a good idea, a bird in the hand versus a bird in the thorny bush. And they said, no, haven't you heard about RENA? State mandate, it's going to trump all of that. Forget about green light. Forget about the city council. State mandate trumps it all. So I'm sure you all remember when our governor decided that the beaches in Newport Beach were going to be closed. And the city council wasn't in favor of that. And they took the police powers of the city of Newport Beach away and put it in the hands of the state of California. So this is a state mandate. Federal law trumps state law. I'm not a lawyer, but I think that's true. And state law trumps cities and trumps green light and trumps line in the sand and spawn and trumps all of us that care about things like traffic and things like pickleball courts and tennis and an appropriate use next to the very wonderful, fantastic, game-changer golf clubhouse that got built. Something happened, it wasn't last Tuesday, it was the Tuesday before, at the California Coastal Commission. It's called a transfer of development rights approval. And what it means is that, correct me please if I get it wrong, anywhere in Newport Center where there's arena units can be transferred back to the tennis and pickleball club. How many times have Brett and Elliot drove up here from San Diego? Whether it was the Planning Commission meetings to put Patrick and Clubhouse Grill out of business, the Planning Commission approved it unanimously, then they appealed it. Then they approved it unanimously again. And then they went to the ABC and sent lawyers that are experts at getting alcohol approved and I guess are good at getting it disapproved. Why would they do that? So thank God that you know, Elliot has a Tesla and he carpools with Brett from San Diego to Newport Beach. Otherwise, I think there'd be an impact in global warming. They've been up here so many times. Yesterday, they threatened to sue the city for CEQA. So we're trying to help the pickleball members understand that pickleball is going nowhere. It's there. It's not leaving. And we're trying to now get it officially approved. So we submitted an application. We paid our $13,000 fee. And now they say, hey, guess what? You have a CEQA problem because you're doing, what's it called, stepped processing or whatever. Well, the application is a new application. It's not an amendment of the existing application. And your wonderful planning department were very wise in doing that. I kept saying, why aren't we just doing an amendment? They said, no, you got to submit a new application. First, I thought it was to get $13,000 in fees, but now I realize that they were very wise. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hill, Mrs. Leilani Brown was supposed to time you, and she just texted me she hasn't been. So could you please wrap it up?
Sure. So this is what Ryan and Company proposes. This is what Plan B shows. Planning staff has spent hundreds of hours to make a unanimous finding. Planning Commission gave unanimous recommendation for approval. Please vote to foreclose the possibility of high-density apartments at an inappropriate location. And please let my 30-year quest to save and enhance the iconic tennis and pickleball club be successful. Thank you very much. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Great, thank you. And please come forward, opposition, and you can take as much time as you want. Leilani Brown sent me a text. She didn't time it, so you won't be timed either.
Good evening, Mayor Muldoon and council members. My name is Brett Fierstein. This is my business partner, Ryan Chase. As you know, we own 50% of the tennis club property, with the applicant Golf Realty Fund owning the other half. We are currently in arbitration to determine if Golf Realty Fund has the authority to unilaterally process the planning application that is before you tonight. Our arbitration hearing is set to begin, as Robert said, July of 2023, about 9 months from today. As much as I do appreciate story time, I want everyone, to hear the facts. I know I've said it before, but Ryan and I want to be crystal clear and again set the record straight tonight. We have no plans for apartments at the tennis club property. We are not seeking to have the arbitration force Mr. O'Hill to go along with an apartment project. Again, there are no apartments here. The only lease that we are working on, I personally negotiated with Mario Morovic, which will keep the club as a pickleball and tennis club with no hotel and no apartments. Mario would be an amazing operator for the club. He knows and loves Newport Beach. He is raising his family here, and he is the 2022 Businessman of the Year. And he knows how to run the club and hire the correct staff to support the amazing community at this club. Mario's plans are to improve the bathrooms, locker rooms, common areas, and the restaurant, the areas that really need to be updated. I'm sure you're familiar with Mario's many restaurants and businesses in the city, and that they provide people with an inviting, casual atmosphere, one that is run without drama and makes everyone feel welcome. The lease with Mario was given to Robert approximately 30 days ago. As of today, Mr. O'Hill has not signed that lease. However, he does agree that Mario is a great operator. The lease has an initial term of 10 years and 10-year option for a total of 20 years. To be extra clear, this is a way to protect and maintain pickleball at the club. There are no early buyouts, there are no apartments, and no hotels. I know you're not voting on whether Mario is the operator, but I tell you this because you should check. Ryan and I, we say something, but the best way is to have someone else verify. What better person than Mario to confirm that pickleball is here to stay with this lease? As we've said before, the best way to protect pickleball is to actually include pickleball in the plans approved by the city. If pickleball is not included in the plans, it is not protected, period. That's really what I believe this is all about. The council's prior decision to refer the plans back to the Planning Commission reflected good governance because it provides the only guarantee to ensure Mr. O'Hill follows through on his promise to include the pickleball courts that he has shown on that plan. On the other hand, not including pickleball as part of Mr. O'Hill's plan set a bad precedent because it opens the door for future applicants to ask the city to just rely on their promise and not have something in writing approvable. We did hire an independent CEQA expert at our cost to study on Mr. Hill's plans that are before the City Council tonight and the revised plans he submitted to the city on October 5th. The CEQA expert concluded that proceeding with the plan tonight would violate CEQA's prohibition on piecemealing, which is when a project is approved in parts rather than as a whole. We shared a copy of the letter from the CEQA expert with the city tonight prior to the hearing. We respectfully ask that the City Council stay the course since you got it right the first time. There is plenty of time before our scheduled arbitration hearing to practice good governance, comply with CEQA, and consider plans that include pickleball. What I love about city politics is that you can come forward and everyone gets to comment. The community gets to comment on any plans. If it's done this way in approving tennis courts with a hotel project, there is no guarantee of how that pickleball will come back. You approve the hotel and the pickleball at the same time so that people have a chance to have their voice heard before something is determined. This is the only way to comply with CEQA and to protect the club's members. Thank you for your time and all you do for our community, and I'm sorry it's taken so much of your time to handle this. I'll be available for any other questions.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now open up for public comments on this item. Public comments on this item, please come forward. Looks like a lot of speakers, so feel free to make 2 opposing lines at the podiums, and you have 3 minutes, correct? This time the timer will be started. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan Skinner, and I'm here tonight to speak to what I believe is being planned for the Pickleball Club site. This is what I think is going to happen. Mr. Fierstein has been battling Mr. O'Hill for years to get a high-density project built, replacing the Pickleball Club. He has hired Ed Selich, a man whose specialty is entitling buildings who are very difficult to approve. Mr. Fierstein has pushed the narrative that he wants to keep the club intact. But why would he have hired Mr. Selich if that were his plan? The fact that he has hired Mr. Selich is a neon sign to me pointing to their intent to build apartments. Mr. Fierstein is reportedly pushing for a new operator to replace Sean as the leaseholder of the club and has promised members a 10-year lease if that occurs. Mr. Fierstein has been approached by several pickleball members wanting to be the next leaseholder, but has rejected these people in favor of a restaurant owner who has never run a sports club. The cynic in me will point out that if the leaseholder is not committed to keeping pickleball and is willing to have the lease bought out, that lease is not worth the paper that it is printed on. Next, consider that the city is going to have to zone for over 5,000 dwelling units in Newport Beach as part of the state's housing mandate, and they are planning to locate 2,400 of those units in Newport Center. They will have just received, or you guys have just received, permission from the Coastal Commission to be able to move entitlements in and out of the coastal zone. So entitlements for the apartments can now be approved outside of the coastal zone and moved into the coastal zone at a later date, potentially to the pickleball club site. Prior to now, the city would not have been able to move entitlements into the coastal zone without Coastal Commission oversight. This decision is now totally up to the city. If asked, apparently the city is telling people that there is no application for putting apartments at the pickleball club, but this is a completely meaningless statement. The city council has set up a pathway to allow apartments to be built at that site. So ask yourself what might make the city council approve apartments at this location when so many of their constituents are passionate pickleball players. Well, this is a city that I have often disagreed with. It's been particularly happy to facilitate high-intensity development, and most recently approving a 292-foot condo tower in Newport Center. So there you have it. All Newport has to do is to keep finding reasons not to approve Plan B with a pickleball included, and eventually Mr. Fierstein will win by default. I hope that I am wrong, and that the pickleball club has a long and storied existence and doesn't just become a lovely memory. Please vote to protect the pickleball courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and no applause this evening. We're going to have a respectful, pretty calm hearing. Sir, if you'd like to go to the opposing podiums, you can go back and forth. Yes, next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Judy Cole, and I'm a Newport Beach resident and member of the Tennis and Pickleball Club. I'm going to keep this short and sweet because I don't believe that all the competing issues, plans, politics, personal agendas should be influencing your vote tonight on the Plan B. It's very simple to me. The plan on the agenda for reconsideration today does not include pickleball. It includes tennis. Staff clearly stated that they have not evaluated the project for pickleball and that parking, traffic, and noise are issues that would need to be analyzed as part of the environmental review process. Pickleball cannot be approved as part of this project. The project requires an amended project application and further analysis prior to consideration. I get it. It makes sense. What doesn't make sense to me is how you can vote on a plan that includes tennis when you know it's supposed to be pickleball. It's completely incongruous. And since the vote for reconsideration, we now know that a new application has been submitted to include pickleball. I, for one, want to see how the plan ends up after the final analysis and recommendations from planning before I give my support. I want to save pickleball too. Please vote no today on the plan that really isn't the plan, and let the new pickleball plan go through the proper process. Too many things could happen or not happen if it is approved as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, thank you for giving me a minute or two. My name is Robert Struther. I'm a former attorney and retired businessman, a resident of both Newport Beach and Paradise Valley, Arizona. My wife is an avid, some would say fanatical pickleball player. I wish to say that as a member and a past director of a number of private clubs, I have found this club surprisingly well run. The passion that you see among its members stems from what must be a good environment that everybody's happy with. As a consequence, I'm a big fan of the current management. I'm a big fan of the club. I also believe Mr. O'Hill, and I believe Sean, when they say that they intend to keep pickleball at the site, subject, of course, to whatever requirements the city has for making those changes. In my view, you have your own responsibilities, obviously, as the elected representatives of those of us who are citizens here. And you have competing interests that have to be rationalized. You have the interest of the city itself, you have sound planning, you have the residents, you have taxes, and you have the desires of those of us who are enjoying the facilities that are there. I believe with all my heart that the very best use of the property is some form of a pickleball club, but recognizing the other interests that are there, the commercial and the city's interests. I think a hotel is a great idea. I think some apartments and accommodation is a great idea. And I'm wholeheartedly in favor of Plan B and ask that you consider it favorably. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members. I am Monica, and my parents are members of TTC. I'm here tonight to present this letter sent by the Kiani family to the Newport Beach City Council. Hi, my name is Catherine Kiani. My parents are Joe and Sarah Kiani. My dad is the founder and CEO of Massimo Corporation, and my mom manages the Massimo Foundation. I have known Sean Abdali for most of my life. I am 22 now and met Sean just before I turned 9. At the time, he was working at the Racquet Club of Irvine. Despite the expansive tennis center he trained his students at, where other academies competed for business only a few courts away, Sean's effect on that club was palpable. His electrifying passion for the sport was contagious, and he managed to not only recruit kids from all ages to work with him, but his love for tennis rubbed off on everyone who knew him. The kids he coached lived on the courts by his choice, with many opting to homeschool simply to have more access to Sean's private lessons, myself and my little sister included. Almost every student Sean mentored went on to play competitively in college. To maintain such a loyal and dedicated clientele from childhood to adulthood is a rare feat most coaches I've seen cannot measure up to the way Sean has and continues to do. If you played with Sean, you automatically became a part of his beautiful little family of his assistant coaches and other players. Some of these people are my lifelong friends. Sean facilitated a healthy, competitive environment, balancing excitement and joy for the sport whilst instilling hunger for victory. He taught me many lessons. He taught me the value one must always place in honesty, the rewards sincere effort and dedication can reap, to put education first and to always cherish your family. These values should reach as many young adults as possible, and Sean made sure of that. What I learned from him influenced my life in more ways than one, from my commitment to play tennis for a top college to perseverance that determined my acceptance to law school, and now my work ethic I am seeing through at the White House. I think of Sean often, and when I do, a smile never fails to find itself on my face. He was so much more than a tennis coach to me and to many of the kids he helped raise. When I discovered he was to run his own club, elation cannot fairly describe mine and my family's feelings. We knew how hard he had worked to get to the place and were confident this special culture he developed at RCI would now permeate through Newport Beach too. I spent almost every day at the tennis club at Newport Beach until I graduated from high school. I still come back now and then to visit. What Sean has done with the tennis club is beyond anything I could have envisioned, but I'm not surprised. Only someone with such ferocity for improvement and excellence could have transformed something that was great to begin with into a masterpiece state-of-the-art facility. Laughter emanates from the courts, whether you're watching the little kids sprint during conditioning warm-ups or onlooking as pickleball players meet their friends for the post-work exercise. These are the sounds and sights I remember all too well from my childhood, and that bring me happiness whenever I look back at the memories with Sean at the club he nurtured like a child of his own. My brother Johnny is now 13, and I want for him to experience tennis the same way I did, and that means thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Rainier Ray. Esteemed council members, I am obviously in support of Plan B. Go B. Just wanted to share my humble opinion. I'm not a lawyer, small business owner. But what I would say is that as I understand it, your roles are community support. You guys are community service members. You are here to hear the hearts and the minds of the community and to consider heavily the thoughts of the people here in this room and people who couldn't make it. I don't know if there's a way to calculate or add all the other little bees hanging out on these sticks, but I think it's safe to say that there's a lot of people in this room in support of Plan B. There's a lot of people who care about the current leadership, current management. I can tell you personally that Sean, his wife Valerie, who's also a small business owner of her own business, they're pillars in the community. People, anyone who knows them and loves them, they know that they're doing what's right for the people that they serve and work with. And I would simply ask you just to consider what is the community asking. There's a lot to, again, there's a lot of variables in this equation, a lot to calculate, and I'm not the man to do that for you here. But what I would say is that from my simple knowledge of Sean and the leadership and his family, Dean and Amor, the role that they play when they come into the local coffee shop and just the people who greet them, the people they sit down with, and the relationships that they have, as you just heard from this last individual, they make a difference. And I would just ask you to consider heavily the difference that this current facility serves in the community, the number of happy members, and what it would mean to change that for those who are already going in the form that it is. Again, I know this family well. I can personally attest to their love for everyone in this room, especially the ones holding the B, and they want to know also the thoughts and the concerns of the opposing side. This is a conversation to weigh all of the elements. But again, I would just say they're pillars of the community. We love what they're doing. Thank you for hearing us out, and I just wish you all wisdom and clarity as you consider Plan B.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi. My name is Marina Andre. I'm an attorney and a resident of Newport Beach. And as they often say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So I want you all, if I may, approach.
No, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, they won't allow you to approach. Yeah.
October 2019, actually, 2022. This is a picture of my daughter playing for Corona Del Mar varsity team. She's the #1 player of the team. And it says Corona Del Mar girls tennis edges Huntington Beach joins Oilers at the top of Surf League. So they just won Surf League, and this is her life. And she grew up on the tennis courts in Corona Del Mar. She wants to play competitive tennis in college. She was already approached by a lot of recruiters, and she grew up on the courts, and I want other kids to have the same opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and please feel free to approach opposing podiums.
Good afternoon. Thanks. My name is Esther Reina.
I grew up in this community, and the only thing I'm going to give you this really short. My daughter has been going to TTC since she was 6 years old. She's now 13, and I'm obviously in support of Plan B. So I hope that you really consider this because she loves her tennis club, and we know multiple family members that go there, and we all love the tennis club. So I hope that you guys support Plan B and make a good decision for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Peggy Tanos. My daughter has been playing at TTC with her daughter for quite a while. And I just want to say, Sean and his family have brought the club from old to beautiful. And the energy there is just so amazing. And I just feel like you really need to take a look at what the community wants. And I hope that it's supporting Plan B like I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Kevin Preeb, and my fiance and I have just moved here recently to Newport Beach, and we own the world's largest pickleball app called Pickle Connect. We have traveled for 4 years finding the place that we want to live where we can play pickleball in the beautiful weather you have here. There's nothing like this out there right now in the United States. We've been all over. We're here for a reason. It's pickleball. We love what Sean has done. That club, the way it's run, the people that's there, the staff's there, it's awesome. It goes away, and that's a problem because we've been at the other courts, the city courts. Obviously, you guys know there needs to be some more. We're waiting a half an hour to play pickleball in between matches. This helps, set aside where everybody gets to play, and you now have the city and the private clubs, which is awesome. That would be a problem if this goes away. And like I said, we want to thank Sean and the whole community and all the pickleball players and moving here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Trenton. I'm a member here. Got other members here in the back that came with me. I've never done anything like this before. All I know is here to support Sean. Sean is loves the community. The community loves Sean, and I support Plan B. That's about it.
Thank you. Hi, Marissa. Next speaker.
Hi, greetings, council members, mayor. My name is Marisa Wayne, and I've been playing tennis and pickleball at the club since I was a little girl, since it was the then Irvine Racket Club. And I brought my daughter there a couple years ago to play tennis, and I had never heard of pickleball, and came back a year or two later and found that this kind of tired club was all of a sudden this vibrant, lively facility that's a great asset to this community. And I've known Mr. O'Hill for most of my life, and I know the way he works, and he builds very quality projects. And I'm just here to say I support Plan B, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And please feel free to go to
Thank you. Hello. My name is Steve Abraham. I'm a real estate broker. I've been a resident of Newport Beach for over 25 years. I've had the privilege of working with Mr. O'Hill for probably close to 20 years now, and I've watched this project go through its processes of entitlement. I was here when the Planning Commission approved this project, and then I was here at the next meeting with a lot of pickleball players that were opposing the approval of the project. The only reason anybody has been able to play pickleball on that court is because Sean Abdali, the owner of the club, had requested approval to convert those courts to pickleball courts because it was good for the members, it was good for the city, it was good for the owners of the property. And Mr. O'Hill approved that conversion of those courts. So the only reason they play pickleball there today is because Sean Abdali and the landlord's managing owner, Robert O'Hill, and the city allowing it to continue without an approval. Pickleball players are demanding something that doesn't even exist now. They're demanding an approval to continue to play pickleball which they don't have at this existing time. There's that project, the property has never been approved for pickleball as it is. So, in my opinion, I see some irony here, and it seems either the city needs to approve the project as proposed, or they need to cease pickleball playing there until they have officially approved that site for pickleball. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Greetings and thank you for the platform. My name is Bruce Brandstein, and I'm a community member, and I'm a father of 3 star junior tennis players that grew up working with Sean at the club out here. And I just want to say, Sean and Mr. Hill, these are classy people who have been in the community a long time. I know you know that. And Sean has done a tremendous job with this club. I mean, he has transformed this club from a dying club into a thriving club. And speaking of pickleball, even though my girls play tennis, this is now a world-class pickleball center, not just for California or Orange County, but for the world. And pickleball is becoming one of the fastest growing sports in the world. ESPN's picking it up. This thing is so hot right now, and Sean is right in the middle of it. And some of the players that are coming here and playing are unbelievable. And they're some of the best players in the world. So this club and this whole area, I mean, just such an athletic mecca, and I would hate to see it go away and just be overrun with some development. Plan B, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, yes.
Good evening, Mayor Muldoon and members of the council. My name is Nancy Skinner. I'm probably the oldest member of the club. I have been a member since the time the Bay Club owned it. But I have to say that I'm for still, right up front, I'm for, I started to say Measure B, but what we are, sorry about that one. The Plan B is absolutely the way to go right now if you do care about pickleball for our community, because there is probably no other site in our community that would have something similar, be close to a golf course and be able to play pickleball without disturbing everybody, except I understand they're going to help out Granville because that's close enough to Granville, and they're the only residential people that might possibly even hear it. But it is something that, as everybody has told you and you know yourself, it's just blossoming like you cannot believe. I've been walking in our community quite a bit, and every cul-de-sac in this community practically has a pickleball court and tape on their street, and their kids are playing it. It's just one of the most wonderful happenstances for a long time in the way of sports. And to have an amenity like that and keep it, it would just be a travesty as far as I'm concerned. I think the way you want to keep it is to be able to give the recommendation tonight to do Plan B. Plan B means something else, you know, so I have to be careful on all these different things. It's just women will know what women will know what I mean. But at any rate, I'm absolutely convinced, and I really, even though I haven't yet picked up pickleball, I gave up playing tennis about 6 months ago. I do plan to take up pickleball in my older age even. So I think there's only one thing you can do if you're really believing in the same thing that I do and a lot of people here, that in order to keep the club with pickleball courts, I just think it's imperative that you take a plan that is absolutely going to happen against one that is very much pie in the sky as far as anybody that's watched how these things work believes. So please vote for Plan B tonight, and let's get this where you don't have to hear it over and over and over again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is H. Schneider. I live in Corona Del Mar. I'm a member of the club. I know Sean for a little bit of time, not real well, but I've seen what he's put into the club in money. $250,000 was mentioned, and all the time and planning and hard blood, sweat, and tears that he poured into the club. As a former small business owner for 30 years, I know how hard what he's doing is, and I think he's done a remarkable job, a job that probably nobody could do better than what he's done. I have a question in my mind, though. The two gentlemen who were against Mr. O'Hill and Sean, they said they want a different operator to take over the club. Well, Sean's new lease, which is for 72 years, his rent is going to go up to $80,000 a month, okay? That's a huge amount. And 7 years later, it's going to double to $160,000. And further down the road, it's going to be over $200,000. So I don't quite understand why the other two fellows want to put a different operator in there. Who's going to be able to pay more than what Sean's paying? It doesn't make sense, unless maybe the other operator is going to maybe walk away after X amount of time and then let them get their big apartment building in. I don't know what deals they have, but it just doesn't make sense to me why they want to take away Sean, even if they keep the club, fine, Sean's the guy. So, Sean's put a lot of money in. He's looking to put more money in with sound screens in the next couple of months. I play over at Bonita, or I used to play at Bonita before I joined the club, and as you guys may know, Bonita put up sound screens to protect the noise issue from the neighborhood. And when I walk over to those courts, I'm not much further away than I am from you folks, and you can't hear anything. So with those sound screens in place, and in conjunction with the 3-story buildings that he's going to place there, the noise factor will not be an issue in that location, in my humble opinion. And I just think, based on everything that I'm hearing, that in terms of what we as a community would really benefit from would be Plan B. You know, I live in Corona Del Mar, I walk out on my deck, and I see enough high-rises already. I don't want to see another high-rise. You know, we don't want to become LA. We want to be Newport Beach, in my opinion. And I appreciate you giving me the time to speak, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, my name is Dennis Murkison, and I've been a resident of Newport Beach since 1967. My family and I moved down here then, built a house on Linda. I'm a supporter of Plan B, and I hope you support it too. I grew up, learned how to play tennis at that club. My family was one of the original investors in the Balboa Bay Club back when it was built. And so I'm a big supporter of these type of regional sports clubs, and I think it could bring a lot of prosperity to the way the rising popularity of pickleball, being that you have the golf club next door that brings in the Toshiba senior tournament, and pickleball having a CBS television contract can bring a lot more excitement to Newport Beach, including, you know, the membership and et cetera. So I'm a supporter of that, and I hope you support Plan B too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I'm here to support Plan B. First of all, Mayor Muldoon and City Council, thank you for the honor of being able to share my voice. I've been a resident and have worked in Orange County, Newport Beach for the last 11 years. My office, 1200 Center Drive, I think I have the best view of that tennis court than anyone possibly could have. When I first met Mr. Hill, I mean, he's a pioneer of everything great. I left that opportunity thinking how lucky I was, how fortunate. You know, it's not very common you get to meet an individual like that. Sean as well. You know, I don't play pickleball, you know, quite frankly, to be honest. Before I looked out the window and kind of saw what was going on, I never even heard of it. But what I have seen is I've seen what we hear a lot about. I've seen something go from good to great, and I know with this man and the leadership, it'll just continue to get greater. You know, a few things about the noise. I never hear any noise, and I have a better view than anyone. I've never actually heard it. I've had the opportunity to hire people that have been a part of that community, and they excel. You know, and I think just in the simplicity of, if I had to choose a side of where I would want to focus on, without question, it would be Mr. Hill, and just because of all the accomplishments that you have had, the significant impact in the community. You know, so I'm here to support Sean and Mr. O'Hill.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Ella Said. I've known Shaheen and Val for over 2 decades. I've actually come to support Plan B for multiple of reasons. Obviously, because of the pickleball situation and the tennis situation. It is a phenomenal community center as well as the sports aspect. So please support Plan B. Amongst the pickleball players and the tennis ball players, it's also a very strong community center for everyone who frequents from the Newport area. It's a hub. It's a socializing community center. A lot of non-profit gatherings are set up there, and it thrives. Anybody who talks about the club only talks with admiration for the owners, for Shaheen and Val, all the employees, everyone who's employed there, very high caliber of person. My own personal view on this, it's a beautiful hub for all of that I've just mentioned, but also the youth. We really, as a community and worldwide, need to focus on the youth and bring them up. And that's with sports, healthy attitude to community, to neighbors, to loved ones. And it's all in this hub at Newport Beach. I think it would be a travesty, as the earlier speaker had mentioned, to eradicate something like this. After this pandemic, we really need to heal, and definitely heal the youth, but they are the platform for future generations. And sports, we all know sport is a way of healing. We need role models, fabulous coaches, and Sean and Val, they're right there, and all the coaches they employ are there right there. They're not just teaching pickleball, they're teaching attitude, they're teaching positivity, hope. We need hope. These kids, these communities, these gatherings, these charity functions, these groups of women, groups of men, they go to this center because there's hope, there's health, there's great attitude, and there's joy. And we, instead of eradicating and pushing back to stick another high-rise building up, more concrete, why are we trying to eradicate the joy and the community that's built there for the Newport Beach owners and frequenters of the club? It won't just be one owner that suffers. It will be at least 500 frequenters and the Newport Beach community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Robert Keller. I support Plan B, and it's an awesome place, and it keeps me out of trouble.
Thank you. Folks, no applause, please. Thank you. Next speaker.
This is the third time I've come. My name is John Rosen. I'm a member of the club, and I'm a Newport Beach resident. And this is the third time I've come up here, hobbled by pickleball. And as much as I respect the council and the mayor, if one of you would please snicker, I'll feel like there's a lot more veracity behind the day. Thank you, Joy. I appreciate it.
I'll stick it for you.
Apologies for the dress code. Nothing I can do. On September 27th in these chambers, I made a promise to Robert O'Hill that I'd support the plan when it included pickleball. It did not. It was turned down that day, and today, even today, frankly, as you said, you're not voting on pickleball. I wish you were. You're voting on the very same plan without pickleball, and I'm surprised. It's kind of as if September 27th didn't happen. What's new for me is that Robert recently submitted another plan through the city planning department to modify the agreement with 28 or 26 pickleball courts. A step that we all wish had taken place, frankly, from the very beginning. It should have. Water under the bridge. That submission has been made and paid for, and it follows this one. I took the extra step of meeting with planning, thank you, and sure enough, the submission was made. We spoke very specifically about traffic, about parking, about off-site parking, about all the ways, my concerns that once this went in, and it is in, that we could get more pickleball courts, right? That we'd have the facility to do so. I made a promise to support it, and I'm honoring it. If the planning staff is reasonable and open-minded about accommodating a new sport, pickleball, on the site, and they'll have to pave the way for Mr. O'Hill to put it here. If the amendment is passed today, if the hotel plan comes to fruition, if Robert O'Hill doesn't change plans, with all due respect, if he defends pickleball with a yet-to-be-determined hotel operator, and if the hotel project lives past any potential conflict with the ownership groups. It's a lot of ifs. Robert, you asked this council to trust that you'll do what's necessary to maintain a large community pickleball facility here, and it is a big community facility. I'll ask, if this is approved, if you'll do the same thing to honor my trust, the trust of those on the council, of everybody in this room, that we can rely on your word to make it happen. And it's never easy. That's what makes it a challenge. That's where conviction and veracity come into play. Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Kareem Gobran. I've been living in Newport for the past 10 years. I've seen Mr. O'Hill's development in the golf club. It looks absolutely amazing. Would love to have that in our own club, tennis club. I run the tennis programming at the club. We currently have over 250 kids. On any given day, we have about 40 to 60 tennis players playing. I also play pickleball myself almost every day after work. And I've seen this club really develop. Probably thousands of people come play in our tournaments that they run. There's about 14 or 15 of them every single month. We have something going on at the club for pickleball. For tennis, we have one of the biggest tournaments in Southern California, perhaps California. We have people coming from all over the world to play it. It's very well run, and people travel from all over the world to come play with our local Southern California kids. That happens every single weekend at the club. And Sean has brought that to this community, which is extremely unique and has never been done before. Now our local players can play enough matches to play in college. We have professional players that come play weekly through the PTT tournaments. It's a prize money tournament which attracts college players, professional players, gives an opportunity to play prize money events. The entry fee is like $40, which is also an extremely unique opportunity for any professional tennis player that wants to get points and travel and play with really high level players locally here at Newport Beach. Last summer we had over 300 kids that we served, all local kids from Newport Beach that came and did our sports camps. We did pickleball, we did basketball, we did multiple sports that we offered for these kids. I cannot imagine this going away. We also support players locally here that have a dream of playing professional tennis. They come on a daily basis to the club. I also cannot imagine, there's nowhere for them to go. And as you know, tennis is booming just as pickleball, and this community deserves a place like this, and it's very well run. We like it the way it's run, and everybody enjoys it on a daily basis. I don't see why there should be any change. And I think the golf club is amazing. I drive by it every day, and if that happens to the tennis club, and we have amazing showers and gym and all that good stuff, I think that would really be quite remarkable for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Council. My name is Dirk Larson, and this is Raleigh Larson. I don't need pie graphs or bar graphs to share tonight, so I brought a 93-year-old prop. Let's see here. I'm a member of the club, and Raleigh last week had an ice cream date with the mother of a daughter at the club. We went and busted her out of the high-end health club or health retirement community by the hospital there, by Hoag Hospital. So we had a great time. So technically, I think Raleigh has some skin in the game here. So I think this is my 5th or 6th time I've talked, folks, and I don't think we really have anything left to discuss. I thought Ms. Skinner was very impressive tonight, but I think it's time that we all come together and let's push this project forward. I don't think there's anything left to be said. There's nothing to come to light. Sean and Mr. O'Hill have just jumped through hoops trying to appease anyone who's opposed to this project, and it's just time to let's push forward. As objectively as possible, if we all look at this project here, this Plan B, I think minimally we can all agree that it will protect the spirit of that club, and it will provide a wonderful visual and physical companion to the adjacent country club. And we really don't have anything else to say tonight. Raleigh and I, we just are so grateful that we get to come and compete in the democratic process here. Raleigh is a veteran. We're so disappointed we didn't get here in time, because one of the best things for me in my life is to see my father salute the flag. So we thank the council for all their attention on this and hope that we get some conclusion tonight that we can push this project forward. And finally, Mayor Pro Tem Noah, the women continue to scream for your appearance at the club, brother. I don't want you to get get you in trouble at home. They've got a banner. It says, have fun with the bun. You got to show up, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. If you plan to speak, please come forward now. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Bernard Pratt. I'm a member of the club since 30 years. Moved here in 1992. I have been a great admirer of the way Sean and improved the club 10 years ago. I mean, he took management of this club 10 years ago. It makes a huge difference. I am a great admirer of American democracy. As you can see, originally I'm not from here. I would not understand that you would not approve what the resident of this city wants. I mean, if you make a survey, I don't see anybody in Newport Beach that would support Plan A. So please listen to your resident, as we do in Europe, and do the right thing. God bless you.
Next speaker. Thanks,
Mayor
Jim.
Pro Tem Blom and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. I personally think you made the right decision on September 27th when you voted to defer a decision on this until you had the actual plan before you that you're being asked to approve, and not something different than that. Should you go ahead and approve this Plan B today, I just want to reiterate a comment that I made to the Planning Commission, and I made to you on September 27th. I do believe there is a green light issue that needs to be resolved regarding this proposal and any approval that you might make. Mr. O'Hill said at the beginning that he had a general plan amendment for his Plan A. He actually does not. If you look at page 309 of your agenda packet, you will see on September 27th, I copied out for you what our current general plan says and what the changed general plan would say. And I have to point out that green light is triggered by changes to the general plan and only by changes to the general plan. The current general plan, as it did since 2006, entitles this property to a development limit of 3,725 square feet for a clubhouse and 24 tennis courts. That is all that is allowed there. With the change, it says that there would be a 3,725 square foot clubhouse, and there would be 41 hotel rooms. By any count, the 41 hotel rooms are 41,000 square feet of new development. Although if you look on page 42, you will see a breakdown in condition 5 of the actual development proposed, and it comes out 61,000 square feet of new development, where the green light limit is 40,000. And it also mentions this fitness center, and I'm really quite confused whether the fitness center is part of the hotel rooms, or part of the new club. And that's another 7,500 square feet. So there is that green light issue. In 2012, it is true that the City Council approved the first 27 hotel rooms. However, that was done without a general plan amendment, because having a general plan amendment at that time would have triggered a green light vote. So those first 27 hotel rooms have never been counted towards green light. Everything you're adding now needs to be. So if Mr. O'Hill wants his Plan B approved without a green light vote, it needs to be scaled back within the 40,000 square foot limit. And it's over it at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. If you plan to speak on this item, now is the time to come forward.
Good evening, Mayor, esteemed council members. My name is Valentina, and I am Sean's wife. I'm also the mother to Dean and Amor, who are 9 and 7, and I'm sorry. We've had that club for the last 8 years, and we raised our children there. The tennis and pickleball club is our third child. We're very, very, very proud of what it is, what it was, what we brought to it. Sean has worked endlessly, 80 to 90 hours a week, leaving me home with the kids, no problem, supported him because I believed in him. Plan B is more than just us being the operators of the club. Plan B has been a space for the community and for the children and for all kinds of people to come and flourish. The different small businesses that have been blossoming within the club, from the pro shop to the clubhouse grill, to the people we've been able to hire, to the coaches, everything that club, it's its own ecosystem. And we are so happy to have built that together with our community members, the events committee, all of us together. So what I'm asking is for you to please pass Plan B, because high density freaks me out. We don't need any more high density, do we? In that specific beautiful location? That's what all I can keep thinking of is high density next to Fashion Island, high density next to Granville, high density next to Newport Beach Country Club, across from our friend who said where he worked. High density and causing traffic jams and taking away the energy that we have created over there just doesn't make sense. And I know we can find a place for high density, but it's just not on that property. A mind is like a parachute. There's no value if it's not opened. Please, please open your minds, open your hearts, and help us push the needle forward with Plan B, because we want to keep pickleball. We want to keep it. We truly believe in our members. We believe in our community. And high density doesn't belong there. And I promise you, it doesn't seem like this is about high density right now. What this is about is 7 years as is. 7 years as is, our kids will get through high school. A lot of our friends' kids will get through high school. You'll be saving so many people from being out in the streets and exploring bad things, because the club is open all the time, Monday through Sunday. I just ask for you to open your minds and make the right decision, and please pass Plan B for us tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. I was planning not to speak tonight and leave it to my beautiful wife, but I couldn't help myself. First, I'll say, and I'll admit that I am not a professional restaurant operator or a bar operator, but I can tell you that I am a professional private club operator. I've been doing it since I was 17 years old. As a matter of fact, tonight, when you go home, HBO is featuring us. Mary Carrillo, who commentates for all the big tournaments, Wimbledon, US Open, French Open. She came to our club and she interviewed not just myself, but a lot of our wonderful pickleball members, wonderful tennis members, and our amazing staff. I just want to say that I want to clear the path here a little bit. This is a very difficult decision for every one of you. It's been a very difficult decision for every one of us at the club, including myself. It's been confusing, but it's really not because of us. Sometimes it's because you need some help to get to the finish line. That's really what it is. We're asking for your help to get to the finish line. Otherwise, it's going to go on forever. And you all know this. I've spoken to every one of you except to Mr. Avery and Mr. Duffield. You all know this can go on for another 25 years. But we all know what the right thing is to do. Consistently, Mr. O'Hill, since I've been there, has said, I want to preserve the club. Before we knew nothing about pickleball. From the first day, I shaped my whole business, reducing it to less courts. Then I met my new family, my pickleball family. We were in a crisis for 2 weeks in my own house. I don't like that. I love every one of these members. Even the ones that were mean, that were confused, unreasonable, undermine me. It's okay. We forgive. That's what we do. We're human. And we have faith. If we have faith, then have faith that we're going to have this club for the next 72 years. It was God's will and a miracle to get Mr. O'Hill to agree to 7 years for the club to stay as is. Thank you, Mr. O'Hill. He's done so much for our community. Thank you, Mr. O'Hill. I would love to get to know the co-owners. I don't want to have a hostile relationship with them. It doesn't feel good when they talk about a different operator. Let's have peace. It's okay. Let's move forward. Forget, forgive. Let's hug it out. Let's make Newport Beach to what it can be. Pickleball is going to make Newport Beach on the world map. If anyone agrees with me that Newport Beach, pickleball can bring Newport Beach to the world map, raise your hand. We're on the world map. Please, Plan B.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. If you plan to speak on this item, now's the time to come forward. We have another podium you can go to. Yes.
Hi, my name is Rachel Hong. I'm a resident of Newport Beach, and while not by choice, I am a former member of the tennis club. At this point, I would imagine that you never want to set foot on a pickleball court, or perhaps that somehow this has made you all want to join our addiction. But either way, tonight I'm asking the council to focus on what's really going on here. As I understand it, Mr. O'Hill owns 50% of the land that this club sits on, and he is the managing partner of this highly dysfunctional group of owners. Mr. O'Hill claims that when he submitted the plans for the hotel, there was not a process by which pickleball could be approved, so the plans remain showing tennis until that process becomes available. While I believe Mr. O'Hill should have delivered his message in a more transparent way, he has proven that he has listened by recently submitted the plans with pickleball as the council had suggested. I believe if given the opportunity to get pickleball courts approved, he's going to do so. One thing is for certain is that this ownership has divided our community, and it has distracted us from what is really important to them, which is control. While we have been fighting amongst ourselves as to which side we believe has the best interest at heart, the Coastal Commission was successful in removing its oversight to the area, which could allow development rights to be transferred from other parts of Newport Center to this land, which our club resides on. These development rights could allow construction of high-density housing to replace our club. This is not about pickleball. This is about development rights. This is about a hotel with a likelihood of pickleball versus the potential of high-density housing and an inevitability that at some point in the future, one of the two of these projects will prevail. I'm going to ask my community of pickleball friends to be realistic when considering the fact that we don't own this land. We have been used as pawns in a battle that rivals that of the Hatfields and McCoys, and it has caused a division in our community, which is at the core not what pickleball is about. I will ask the owners to appreciate that this land that they are fighting over is currently home to a community of people who have become family. We don't care if we have a spa or a pool or a fancy bar. We just want to play pickleball together. I will ask the council to use their role as the leadership of the community to move us forward. You need to see this for what it is. It's unfortunately not about pickleball. This is about property rights. It's about a hotel versus apartments, and each side is using our passion for pickleball for their own gain. I will ask that Plan B is moved forward and that Mr. O'Hill makes good on his promise that we will keep pickleball in this community.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I'm now going to close the public comment section, and I'd like to thank everyone for being so respectful. Councilman O'Neill.
Yeah. So my understanding, having seen this for months, has been to the point of the previous speaker that the ownership is clearly dysfunctional, that a lot of the membership has been caught in the middle on this, and there's been a lot of allegations, misrepresentations, and that's not really what's in front of us on this one, nor, frankly, is who the operator would be. And so what's really up in front of us is what's been submitted to us. And so one of the things that's been talked about a lot tonight has been Plan B. But the problem that I'm having with, and I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, so I'm going to turn to our community development director. There are basically two Plan Bs right now. That's one of the problems we've got. We've got the one that was submitted to us, which is tennis courts only, and then there's the one that was submitted about a week ago that actually has pickleballs. And so when we were talking originally with the applicant, Mr. Georges, my understanding was we have Plan B, which is what we're talking about, and then we have the new application that we have in front of us up here that actually includes the pickleball courts, which we're not actually talking about tonight. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah. So let me ask this, because you all have the wands.
Folks, last time we had this hearing, I was shocked by how roots people were in the audience. Let's keep it calm. It'll be faster.
So I'm just trying to understand. So
Councilman O'Neill?
yeah, thank you. So so I'm trying to understand. So you all have the bees, which I like. That's actually much better than seeing a bunch of pickleball rackets out there. It feels less dangerous. The so I'm trying to understand. So we have these two plans. We have the one that's in front of us and the one that is just recently submitted to us. Are you in favor of the one that has pickleball? If so, raise that up. And if you want the one that only has tennis courts, raise it. Yeah, see, that's the problem tonight. That's what we're struggling with. And this is really important to understand, because if we approve Plan B as in what's in front of us, we're not approving pickleball. And it's really, really important to understand that, because that's what's the confusion has been going around on this. And it's tough up here, and it's kind of frustrating, and I'm sure it's really frustrating to you. So I want to run through just kind of what we've gone through, because it's important for you to understand what I just said. And it's important for us to make sure we're understanding what's actually up in front of us right now, because the staff report on September 27th, which is the one that we had a link that actually showed you what the project description is. And when you have an amendment like this, what happens is they submit a project description to us, so we actually understand exactly what it is that we're going to be looking at. And so literally the first listed entitled amendment on that project description is, and I'm quoting, increase the number of approved tennis courts by 1 for a total of 8 approved tennis courts as shown on the revised master plan. And if you wanted to look at it, there's actually a table on page 15-163 of our staff report that identifies the project comparison, and it only shows tennis courts. When we came to discuss approval of that specific project at that September 27th meeting, we were told that the project description was actually inaccurate because there wouldn't be just 8 tennis courts. There'd actually be pickleball courts too. The discussion, when it was a long one, we had a long discussion up here because we wanted to make sure we understood it. It showed that pickleball courts would actually require a separate approval. It could potentially even require a separate coastal commission approval. You heard tonight that now that there's been a new application, it will require separate CEQA analysis, separate traffic analysis, and separate parking analysis. These are not the same projects. That's the point. That's what we're trying to work through. The project in front of us, no pickleball. The project that was just recently submitted to us, pickleball. But that pickleball is not in front of us tonight. So I want to keep coming back around to that, because it's really important to understand when you're holding those up and you're telling us you want the ones with pickleball, that's not Plan B. It's Plan B with modifications. It's the new amendment, but that's not in front of us. So on October 5th, after our meeting, which by the way, at the end of that meeting, we said, send it to Planning Commission so that when there's a submission with pickleball, the Planning Commission will take a look at it. They'll hopefully recommend approval. It'll come to us where hopefully we approve it, because that's, I think, where I would be surprised, frankly, if anyone up here didn't want to approve this project with pickleball on it. So I'm not really sure why the decision is between high density and pickleball. We're not even talking about pickleball tonight. We're talking about a project with only tennis courts, no pickleball. I'd rather see pickleball, and I think you would too. And this is the point. Like, we're not comparing high density to pickleball. We want pickleball, or just no pickleball. I think the answer is pickleball, and that's what we had done at that meeting. So on October 5th, after our meeting, where we had sent it back to the Planning Commission, the applicant submitted a letter. Again, we have it up here, saying, and this is a direct quote, again, October 5th, attached is the revised master site plan for the Newport Beach MBCC tennis property, reflecting pickleball courts, replacing all of the previously proposed tennis courts except for the new Bollettieri Center Court. The attached master site plan shows 26 pickleball courts, with 4 of the existing pickleball courts changed to 2 stadium pickleball courts. 6 days after we got that letter telling us that the pickleball plan was now the replacement for the original plan, on October 6th, we voted up here to reconsider that original motion, which meant that we were considering and voting on the original plan, which is tonight, not the changes made on October 5th, which puts us in a really awkward spot, because we're voting on plans tonight that have actually been replaced by the letter we got on October 5th. So then on October 18th, which again, I'm this is what I was just asking our community development director about. On October 18th, the applicant submitted and paid for a separate application to include 26 pickleball courts, which staff has said they are actually actively currently reviewing. The new project description would include 26 pickleball courts. The impacts would be analyzed by LSA, which is a great reputable firm. And Simone, our community development director said tonight that the application is going to require that new CEQA analysis, parking analysis, and traffic analysis, which frankly should have been done in the first place if this is what the project was originally supposed to be. It's not, but that's the point. We need to be analyzing what's actually going to be put in there, not what might be almost certainly not to be put in, but there would be a second application no matter how this goes tonight, apparently, which again is this document we have up here. So the problem we have is that at our meeting on September 27th, the majority of us said, look, submit the right project description to us. Like, submit the project you actually want to build, not the one that you're probably not going to build. And go through the normal process. Go to the Planning Commission, come to us. You've already heard we want this project, but we want the actual project, not the one without pickleball. And we said our concern is it doesn't seem like the project description is correct, because the project description on what we're considering tonight does not have pickleball. You've said you're going to put in pickleball. Give us the right project description. Here we go. We thought that was the case, but now we know it's the case, because what's happened is we actually have an actual application that shows us the project description, which is not that complicated, because if you open it up, what was submitted to us has a new project description. And the new project description is very different than the one in front of us. The new one says 7 of the 8 approved tennis courts will be preserved as 26 pickleball courts as shown on the revised master plan. That's what you all want. It's this one. It's not the one in front of us. And it's really important to understand that, because if the city council up here approves what is in front of us right now, we are not approving pickleball courts. If instead we do exactly what we did last time and send it back to Planning Commission so that they can look at exactly what you want, which is the Plan B with modifications, then you'll get pickleball courts as long as Planning Commission says yes and as long as City Council says yes, and it sure sounds like we're going to say yes, doesn't it? So I'm genuinely kind of concerned as well in the fact that we're being told that the plan in front of us has a specific CEQA analysis, CEQA being the California Environmental Quality Act, and then our community development director has told us that this new one would require a separate analysis. That comes awfully close to piecemealing, which is not permitted under CEQA. Whether it is towing the line, whether it goes over the line, I don't really want to find out, because that would require a judge. And as you can hear tonight, there's been way too much litigation dealing with this project already. And so the precedent, I'm saying the precedent on this, like approving this, it's not a good precedent to set. It's not a good idea for us to encourage property owners to submit a project description to us that they know is not the right one. We know is not the right one, but we're going to take on faith that eventually they'll get the other one approved. No, that's not how it works. It wouldn't work on your house. It shouldn't work on this property either. If you want it to, if the property owners wanted it with pickleball, they should have submitted it originally with pickleball. They now have, and so I think that's the process we should go through. And I also want to really quickly comment on the discussion about high density, because I actually thought Councilmember Brenner's comments and questions at the beginning were the right ones, which is, you know how hard it is to put high density into Newport Beach? It's really hard. And you know why? Because it's supposed to be. Greenlight was put into our general plan 20 plus years ago. I heard the applicant say that RENA trumps Greenlight. No, it doesn't. I was a little surprised, frankly, that a couple of the speakers who are very good about talking about Greenlight did not say that, and correct that. But I would suggest that no, RENA does not trump Greenlight. Greenlight is in our charter. If there was a high density development put on this, I'm confident that it would require a vote of the people. You all get to decide on that one. And I would be surprised, frankly, if that one got through the voters. And I'll just kind of point out real quickly, This is an interesting one because folks who attend regularly, I thought I was this close to being on the same side as you, Susan. I was this close, but apparently I'm on the same side as Jim. So there's that. I mean, I love it. So Jim, you and I, we're on the same side on this one. So anyway, coming back around, I think it's really important. I said at the beginning, and I think you understand now what I meant by it. Approving this tonight, approving Plan B tonight does not get you pickleball. Approving Plan B with the modifications does. And so I really think that we ought to do the exact same thing we did on September 27th. Send the project that has now been submitted to the Planning Commission, go through the normal processes, and get this thing approved the right way. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have some questions for now, the Feuersteins. If Brett or someone wants to come forward, I just have a series of questions. Thank you. Okay, so as we've heard, all of us have heard here, it sounds like the two groups of partners, you are in violent agreement. You want pickleball.
Correct.
And now we're trying to sort out where the difference is. So I'm going to ask you a series of questions. You have now come around. You had not been as vocally supportive as pickleball. Now you are supportive. So that's a recent development.
Yes, that is. And I just want to be clear, pickleball and tennis.
And tennis. Okay, excuse me. And there will both either plan what has that. You are proposing a couple of interesting aspects. You want to bring in a new operator. Why is that?
That we are not happy with the current operator due to several reasons. One, that actually, Robert was kind enough to confirm that he misreported his gross sales. So we feel that he has not been forthright in what he's been paying, that it is extremely under market, that our new agreement is for, depending on whether you count percentage or not, between 7 and 14 times the amount of rent we are currently getting. And that we don't think that he has treated members fairly, that many have complained about a lot of his actions, and the facility can be much upgraded. We are part owners of the country club next door, a beautiful facility, and we think that it doesn't need to look exactly like that, but there should be locker rooms that work, bathrooms that work, and we also understand that Sean does not actually run pickleball, that he didn't actually start it, and that there's other groups that are running the pickleball events and the day-to-day pickle operations. So we actually want someone. Sean, I believe, is a great tennis operator. We heard a lot of people today talk about how much they've loved his tennis and how meaningful it's been. I didn't hear a lot about pickleball, and so we want someone that actually really knows pickleball and can do everything. So that's why we're switching operators. And just one thing, you mentioned that both plans have tennis and pickleball. I believe there's one tennis court on the new plan that was submitted on October 5th, whereas we want to have about 12 tennis courts. So we actually want a real tennis facility and a real pickleball facility. On those plans, it's either tennis or pickleball. It's not really both.
You're proposing a 10-year lease with a 10-year option?
A 10-year lease with 2 5-year options at the tenant's discretion, yes.
Why not a 50-year lease? That would give the community assurance that this is, as well as investors or other reasons to invest in its improvement, the capital investment over a longer period of time.
Every deal is a little bit different, and this deal we feel is 20 years. We believe that's a really long time. I mean, pickleball has recently shot up. We think it's here to stay, and if 20 years it's still going strong, we're going to be extremely excited to keep it.
Why do you not support a hotel?
We don't think that it financially works. Day one, Robert came to my father, who's here, can verify. We said, okay, if you're interested in a hotel, show us the numbers. Let's take a look. We're interested. We have an agreement. Both of us must reasonably approve any reasonable deal. So I think it was about 20 years ago. Is that right? About 20 years ago, you talked about a hotel? A period of time ago. It was before my time working with my family. But, well over 15 years, he's talked about it, and no deal, 0 deals have ever come to the table. There's a lot of talk about it, but not one single hotel operator has ever stepped up and wanted to do his deal. And even today, most of the people that Robert has mentioned by name, we have checked with, and they are not interested in doing a hotel. So that's why.
Well, I guess there could be many reasons. I mean, any operator, any hotel company or business that wants to invest wants to be sure that the city is behind it. I mean, I think there's some plausible reasons why that perhaps is the case. What I don't understand financially, that you're saying that under your proposed plan that pickleball and tennis would be your primary revenue base. You're going to increase membership fees but without a hotel. So as I see Mr. O'Hill's plan is it's a combination, should it come to pass, of a small boutique style hotel in addition to all the amenities provided with the tennis and pickleball.
And I agree with you. Actually, several years ago, and probably because we're getting false numbers from Sean, that we're like, hey, you know what? This isn't very financially lucrative. But as we've looked into it and we've met a ton of pickleball members and really studied it, and actually we don't know exactly what it is, but have a much better idea of where the financials can be with the tennis and pickleball club, it is very close to, actually, I think it's going to be more than a hotel based on percentage rent, but it's very close. And what we love the most is win-wins. How awesome is it when you get to do a financially lucrative deal and keep, the pickleball and tennis there without a hotel? I mean, it's just amazing. So,
but you're only willing to do it for 10 plus 5 plus 5.
For 20 years, yes.
And I mean, that doesn't give me a high level of comfort, frankly.
That is, we're not saying what's going to happen after 20 years because we don't know what's going to happen, but we hope, and it would be fantastic if Mario stays there and we can keep doing pickleball and tennis. 20 years, in our opinion, with most leases, we do a lot of leases, that is a very long time.
I, like many of us, think Mario is a very successful operator in Newport Beach. We're very pleased that he's been so successful. I do wonder, I didn't know that he had a pickleball operating experience, and you said a few moments ago that the current operator is who has pickleball experience now. So what would Mario be bringing? I don't mean to suggest he wouldn't have the talent, but I'm not aware that he has.
Great question you asked, because we were very, very torn. We came to two people to decide between, and it's very hard to be a business person and a pickleball operator, or someone that actually knows pickleball. And so we had a decision to make, and we made that decision for many reasons, but mostly because we know we need Robert's approval. At the end of the day, an arbitrator, either we agree together, which would be fantastic, or it's going to go to arbitration. And so we need to look at the whole package. And Mario will bring the financials, the culture, the marketing, the advertising, how to handle all the staff, how to make an inviting environment. And he does run a lot of restaurants, but he also has other businesses that he isn't in his wheelhouse, but he is able to hire the correct people. He knows what people want, how to hire those people so that you give the customer what they want as well as the back-end experience.
And then one final question to you, then I'm going to ask a series of questions to Mr. O'Hill. How much would you project how much you would be investing in the facility if your plan were to prevail?
Between the two of us, about $2 million.
And what would you be doing?
We think that there needs to be more parking. We think that the restaurant needs to be upgraded. We think that the bathroom and locker rooms need to be upgraded, the lighting, and provide the common area experience. Right now, I know that people love it there, and it's because of the location in the community. I don't necessarily think it's the facilities that are that great that are attracting people, and I think that the facilities should match the beauty of the community.
So one more question. So the existing project that's up for discussion tonight, but it has gone through, Mr. O'Hill showed the whole list of entitlements. Maybe staff could show that slide that had all the list of the entitlement processes. Are you suggesting you would do a whole new entire plan, or that you would piggyback on the existing approved entitlement program?
I don't think that there needs to be any entitlement program, because all we're doing is keeping the existing, but we will, probably have to go back and do a CUP to permit the pickleball courts correctly so that we can have the
all right,
correct
so
parking.
we'll be in the same position. So you both are talking about going through another process for a conditional use permit, going through the city process to add or validate or approve the existing pickleball courts?
Yes.
Okay, so we're kind of all in the same place here, frankly. You both agree that there should be pickleball. You don't agree to a long-term lease, so that's a significant point of difference. But you, Mr. O'Hill wants a hotel. You don't want a hotel. That seems to be something that you two could work out. It just mystifies me, of this butting of heads for so long.
Absolutely. I'm sorry that it's in front of you. It should be in front of an arbitrator like it is. And that is why we haven't come up and told the story. And, I mean, I would love to have drinks with anyone and tell you it, but, this is not the appropriate time. So,
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Now, Mr. Hill, I just want to add just a few more questions. Okay, so let me just clarify. So these entitlements have all been approved. You've been going through this process for at least 30 years?
30 years.
And prior councils have extended this development agreement, the primary development agreement. Now, Mr. Jurges, if you would be so kind to go to the slide that has his proposed plan. Okay.
The tennis.
So, that was fine.
But we're going to go to the item that's before you this evening, which is the tennis.
This is a proposed amendment? Okay, for tonight. This
Correct.
is tonight's issue. Okay.
Correct.
So everything in red has already been entitled. Is that correct?
So, David, can you verify that for me?
Well, yes. The loft buildings are new proposal that are highlighted in yellow. Those were not previously approved. So the original approval from 2012 had 27 hotel units, and there's 41 on the plan. But the footprint hasn't expanded with this amendment. So
It has not. Did you say that?
it has not expanded.
So, for all intents and purposes, what the issue today before us is this to approve this plan, and the only difference between this plan that we're subject on in our agenda this evening is to add the pickleball courts, because as someone spoke, and it's correct, there is no process to approve pickleball courts. So the reason, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but my understanding is the reason that your plan doesn't include pickleball courts is that we've come to the conclusion that there's no path forward, and so secure the final approval tonight by this council of your proposed plan with your amendment or additional plan that will come forward to address only the pickleball courts and the necessary CEQA requirements related to parking and traffic. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're inventing the data for approving pickleball courts, and it's going to take a long time, excuse me, to process that through to approval.
Several months.
Oh, no. 2 months for us to get an accepted application, 4 months for planning to do their work, then it goes to City Council. So 7 months before we'll have, hopefully, an approved pickleball plan. But it's just officially approved. The existing pickleball courts are there, and they're not
Correct.
going anywhere.
Correct. All right, would you just comment on the terms of the operator's lease?
Pardon?
What is the length of the period for the lease for the operator?
72 years, but
72 years, is that what you just said?
72 years. So there will be pickleball there with a tennis court for 72 years, and there will be everything exactly as it is for 7 years. So it's only after 7 years that a hotel will be built, and the hotel is very, very viable. The problem is that you can't go to a hotel operator and ask them to sign a lease for something the city has turned down twice. So we need city approval. Then they spend a lot of time. They spend a lot of time doing construction cost estimates, a lot of time with marketing studies, a lot of time, going through all their due diligence, and then there's a lot of negotiations back and forth on the lease. But please understand that the pickleball is operated by the pickleball operator. The hotel and the fitness center and the spa is operated by the hotel operator. It's not one operator operating both.
Okay. So just to make it perfectly clear, your plan, as you conceived it, would have an operator lease for 72 years.
Correct.
Your partners are proposing a 10-year plus 2 5-year extensions for a total of 20 years.
Correct.
Okay.
And, well,
Go ahead.
I won't go there.
Let me ask Mr. Jurgis this question. When there are major projects that are approved and go through the normal process of general plan review and such, are plans ever amended during the ensuing development of that project?
So I want to be careful. So are there changes made to the plan? Correct. But what's really important at the very beginning, when they submit that application, it's what is that project description? And so there are changes through the plan because things are not correct or things need to get moved around, but the project description stays consistent.
Okay. So this project description is the same tonight as it would be billed, with the exception of how do you define the difference between pickleball and tennis courts? That's really the only difference we're talking about tonight.
So the amended application that Mr. O'Hill has submitted is the same project. Instead of the tennis courts, it is going to be pickleball courts.
In the same area, the
Correct.
same land space.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
As I understand it, the hotel and the bungalows and the clubhouse, there's no change. There's nothing being amended. We're just officially getting the existing pickleball courts approved as pickleball
Because
courts.
there had been no process when you began this whole project description.
We're inventing it.
That's right. So that is what is really the only difference between what could potentially be acted on tonight and what will eventually be built if this is approved. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you, Mr. Feuerstein.
Very much.
I'll cede my time here.
Thank you. Councilman Brenner?
Mr. O'Hill, I have a question for you also. Why is it so important to move this process forward right now instead of just going through, from what I understand from our planning department, it's not going to be 7 or 8 months. It could be maybe 4 to 5 months for this to go through the normal process. Why is it so important to you tonight that you would like us to approve this instead of waiting for that to go through the normal procedure?
Would it be okay if I put my slide back up?
Well, you probably don't.
And maybe with the help of the community director, we can. We are in an arbitration, our third arbitration. We've spent millions of dollars on entitlement and millions of dollars on legal fees. We're going to get an award for the, best consumer of legal fees in Orange County, I think. So bottom line is that when we go before the judge in late June, early July, we're trying to have a lease because our last judge ruled that if managing owner comes with a lease, then my co-owners have to be objectively reasonable. So I believe, based upon 10 years of experience, that they will never approve anything because I know what they really want. They want the tennis club and the pickleball club gone. They want no $4 or $5 million worth of improvements. So I'm in a race to get a lease signed by June. I cannot go to a hotel operator, hotel developer actually, and say, hey, please sign a 72-year lease. Oh, by the way, the city hasn't approved it. Matter of fact, they've denied it twice. I have no chance. So it takes, once we get this Plan B approved, it'll take me months to get a hotel operator to sign a lease. These people are careful. They do cost estimates. They do lots of marketing work. They do a lot of research. And then they negotiate the lease. They don't just sign what I put in front of them. So that process alone, just getting them to sign a lease, will take 3 months. They spent 2 or 3 months negotiating with Mario on the lease that they sent me. And that lease has, lots of restaurant stuff. And pickleball members don't want that. They don't want a restaurant disguised as a pickleball court.
What happens if we were to approve this and you go out and find a hotel operator who says, I like this project, I want to do this project, I'll pay you all this money that you want, but I like tennis courts. I'm willing to do that with just tennis courts and no pickleball. And the profit motive is really high right there to accept that deal.
Yeah, so I believe in keeping my word. And I have 3 hotel developers that will accept the pickleball court club. I have 1 that's looking at it. I've had no one tell me, we would rather have it stay as tennis courts. And they're not tennis courts. They've already been converted to pickleball courts. So the answer is I would move on, because I know that there is hotel developers that will pay the freight, and that the pickleball club on its own can't afford it.
So you're saying that because of the litigation that's going to happen in June or July, that you feel like you have to have this approved now rather than going through the process? And can the litigation be postponed if you have not had this approved through the normal process?
Only if both sides agree, and they won't agree. So my perspective is that if it's not approved tonight, there is almost no chance that there won't be high-density development there sooner or later. Maybe 5 years, maybe 7 years, maybe 11 years, but for sure later. I talked to Mario. I said, Mario, they're going to come back and buy you out. He said, well, I'm going to have to figure out what my profit is, and I'm going to need a bonus. So, they have told me that. Brett has told me that. They've told Sean that. It's no secret. I mean, it's just so obvious what's going on here. So please approve Plan B. I promise you, you have my word that for 7 years it stays as it is, and someday they get a new clubhouse and fitness center and a gorgeous hotel that will be good for my golf club tenant and Hogue and frankly, pickleball.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. May be seated. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Blum.
Thank you. I think I'm possibly the only one here that doesn't really care about tennis or pickleball. And that's kind of the basis for why I pushed the decision last time that I made. It's the same issue I'm currently having, is that I'm not here to make a decision on what 2 landowners want. And Mr. O'Hill said the same thing. He wants this approval so that an arbitrating judge can make a decision for one side or the other. Well, that's also not our job. Our job is to look at a project and decide if that project is what we're supposed to approve. And the hardest part for me is that we do have a process for approving pickleball. We have a process for approving anything in the city. Trust me, I get things approved, and sometimes they do take a really long time. But that is the process, that there is a parking study, there is a noise study. And the city has already told you they're not getting rid of anything. And so I just am having the hardest time, not with the project, because I like hotels. I actually really like Sean and his wife. I don't have an issue with any of this. My issue is that it's not our job to make a decision so that a judge can rule in one party's favor or the not. I mean, that's really what I'm having a difficult time with. Why are we up here trying to decide on a project so that there can be some kind of benefit, so that one side of a disputing faction can get preferential treatment for what they want? Like, I guess, bring us a full project, bring us something that is finished, that has the will of your club, the will of your people. I've never in my entire life heard of a 72-year lease, and I sign a lot of leases as well. Hotels will actually make that deal for entitlement, and if you have those names, that'd be great. We'd love to know who these operators are, because a lot of them will go out and help you walk through this process of entitlement, especially if the site has the ability to be approved. It's not you need to have a finished entitled site and then a hotel operator comes in. I think anybody that's been in this industry for a long time understands that's not the case. Many times, even in my industry, the building is not entitled that we lease in order to put a restaurant in it. So I am sympathetic for the operator. And I do think Sean has a lot of love in the tennis community. And it is sad. It's sad that we're up here sitting again for the 5th time listening to a fight between two landowners.
I'm sorry.
And the small business owners are the ones getting caught in the middle. They're actually not doing anything wrong. They just had to pick a side. And that's possibly the worst part. And that's what I really don't like about this scenario. And what I don't like about it the absolute most is that you are telling us that the only way it works is if we choose something that I don't feel right about choosing on. I don't feel like it should be our decision to sit up here and decide that your project is better than someone else's. We're going to decide on any project that comes in front of us. And the hardest part for me is the project that I already said no to is back. And so I'm going to say no again, because why would I approve something that I already said I wouldn't? Because it's not the will of the people. It's not what they want. And I don't want to be in the middle of your litigation. I actually don't want to even be involved in this project, because I think the judge should arbitrate, because that is the point of arbitration. And then when this arbitration is done, come back with a finished product and we will approve it. I love development. I'd love a hotel there. Oh man, it'd be great.
So may I respond?
I don't need an answer.
No, it's okay.
Pardon?
No, thank you.
Sorry?
There's no need to respond. Well, I'll ask you some questions too, but there's no need. A couple things. They just signed a 99-year hotel deal at Island Hotel. So hotels are signing deals that long. It's pretty shocking. I don't have that kind of money. The arbitration judge, Judge Fromhurst, did I say that correctly?
Fromholtz, yes.
Fromholtz, he directed the two young men not to interfere with entitlement. The city of Newport Beach and the two prior judges have all decided that Robert O'Hill is the managing owner, meaning although he only owns 50, not 51, he decides what projects come forward. I'm a property rights guy. So I'm going to support what Mr. Hill is going to bring, but what I see here is a gentleman bending over backwards to protect pickleball. And I see the other side, pivoting wisely. Oh, hey, now we're pro pickleball. But I've been contacted by apartment developers that want to develop the property because you've called them. And everybody knows you guys want apartments. It's not a secret. You've said under oath you want apartments, okay, to get rid of the club. So tonight we have a chance to save this club. If we pass the buck, you're saying you don't want a club anymore. That's going to be the effect of it. These gentlemen, and they have business reasons, they're sophisticated gentlemen, they want an apartment complex. I understand that. I'm actually neutral as far as what you get. I'm here to vote for the property rights of the individual who represents the property under his agreement based on two prior judges and based on our city attorney's interpretation of that agreement that says he speaks for the property. No, I'm not going to penalize this gentleman because he is paving the way for a whole new pickleball process. How is that his fault? We don't even have a pickleball process. We will be creating a new process with LSA and this gentleman who spent a lot of money and resources to create pickleball. What I see is a thriving business where the community members want pickleball. And I feel like there's a sleight of hand or a ruse being played on you. It doesn't make sense that they want to threaten to sue under CEQA for a pickleball edition. Well, wait, I thought you were pro pickleball. No, this side is against the club existing. They think it doesn't make much money. They said under oath, no one's going to have a problem with the club going away. Robert has found a way to make it pencil so the club exists and the hotel exists. But even if he didn't find a way to make it pencil, he is a gentleman who represents the organization. It's that simple. So whether I look at the two prior judges or my city attorney's opinion, I know that Robert O'Hill is the one who speaks for the property. I also know, just because it's not really a secret, what the other side really wants to do. So I think it's a brilliant plan, saying now you're pro pickleball. You found some members who, don't believe Robert's, latest submission to amend to include pickleball courts. But at the end of the day, I can see what's really going on. And that's why I was so happy that we heard this issue. This side thought they had the support because we extended the development agreement. We removed the arena number. Someone, without his permission, tried to sneak in apartments. Why did they try to sneak in apartments? Because they want apartments. It's that simple. Then Robert had to fight to get him out. We supported that. So this side, who wants to preserve the club, pretty much stayed home the last hearing. Instead, we only heard from some people who thought they didn't trust Robert. Many of those people have now defected. The other ones didn't speak up this evening. I've heard from a huge community who wants the club. For me, it's irrelevant. I'm going to support what this gentleman's property rights desires are. So for that reason, I'll be moving the item. No applause, no applause.
I will second.
Councilman Avery.
Mr. O'Hill, well, for one thing, I just think it's just a terrific thing that's going on over there, obviously. I've been educated over the last few meetings, and I'm all for it. But could you just one more time go through this of, if it's not approved, but you're submitting a new plan for pickleball, why you can't get it? And is it an issue of getting that whole thing done in time before your
Correct.
court hearing?
That's
you don't
correct.
think it'll be done in time?
That's correct. So we're trying to get the plan that preserves the pickleball club approved by the judge. If we don't have it done,
I understand.
Then we lose.
Right. So there's not enough time? It just depends on, there's some factors there that are just sort of random, we don't know.
It's the beginning of the process, Councilmember Avery. We understand the need for a sense of urgency. We are starting to get bids. I want to get it done as quickly as possible. I want to predict 90 days, 120 days, 150 days. I think we can do it in that time frame. But I'm not going to promise anything though. But we have a sense of urgency to get this done.
And that's after an approved application, correct?
That's for the
accepted application
for the entire time frame. You know,
including us submitting.
Right. We've done the project. We know the project. We have to change to pickleball. We have to get our consultants all back on board. I'm not going to make any promises, but we're going to endeavor to do it.
So I'm told by LSA that it's going to be another 45 to 60 days before they have their work done.
Again, this is just the beginning of the process. I don't have all the facts.
Yeah. Well, to Mr. O'Neill's points, it is really improper for us as a body to accept something that is not what actually is going to happen. I mean, it just, that process is bad for us in terms of setting a precedent and opening the door to more of this, because we want to avoid this at all costs. So I just think that I'm going to stay consistent with my vote. I love the project, but I can't, my duty as a council member, I feel, is to just make sure we're presenting something to planning as clean as possible. And I would hope that everybody on board would work as hard as they can. There's nothing like a deadline to make people get work done. And although I'm concerned that obviously the planning, Simone's team has a lot of stuff going on, so to ask them to hurry up is an issue too. And I wouldn't ask them that. They're going to work at their own speed, and I know he'll do the best job he can, and his team will do the best job they can. But as much as I love it, but I just can't go against what we need to do as an organization, as a council, to preclude future things like this. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Brenner.
I have a question for Simone. So Simone, we've been asked to trust a lot in this process. Both sides are asking us to trust that they're being honest and that they're telling us the truth, that they really want pickleball. And, I don't think that we can decide who is trustworthy and who isn't. We really need to have the process speak for itself. But my concern is this, not that I don't trust either of these who I distrust less than either of these parties is the state and the building industry and the powers that be that would love to have us have a high density apartment building here. That's what I'm afraid of. And the state has proven to us that they will pull out all the stops and pass laws as quickly as they can to keep us from having any control over this. So I could see this turning into a real disaster if neither pickleball or tennis or hotel comes in here, or even if the all pickleball option is not there and somebody gets in that says to that judge, this could be a mountain of money and you have to, I don't they say the highest and best use. I don't know if that's only money, but that's really scary to me. The idea that we could have a high density apartment building here. Now, you've told me that we don't have the right to say to Mr. O'Hill or the partners that they have to put pickleball in. That's not something that you can tell a property owner. They're saying that they want pickleball.
That's correct.
So my position right now is I would rather have a hotel there, even if I couldn't get pickleball, than I would a high-density apartment building there. So, I think we all want pickleball. I don't know if the council wants to say, but I think we all want pickleball. I think it's pretty across the board that we want pickleball, but I don't want a high-density apartment building there. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify those couple of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Neal.
Yeah. So that's not the choice in front of us, is high density or pickleball. What's in front of us is Plan B with no pickleball, or continue it for just a few months, according to Mr. Georges, to process the modifications on Plan B, which we all know up here is the right thing to do because that's the process that's in front of us. Approving a project that we know is not what's actually being proposed because of business expedience is going to be a precedent that everyone up here will regret. Because if you're worried about developers coming in on a fast track process, just wait until they find out that they can come in and tell us that because they're in litigation or because there's a business expedience reason or whatever, they need to be processed on a project on a project description that's not quite what it is, but it will be, we promise. That is a really bad precedent for our city to set. And there is a process, as Mr. Blanc pointed out, for this. And on top of that, I think one of the questions up here was, is the project description the same? It's not. We know it's not because there's been a submission made in the last couple weeks saying it's not. Right, Mr. Georges?
That's correct.
Yeah. I just think this is, we have this. It'll come to us. I mean, not everybody, because some of us are turned off, but it'll come to the council at least to have a discussion about this project that has been submitted that actually has the project description, including pickleball, and that's what we should be considering, not something that doesn't have pickleball, which is what we are considering tonight. I would just suggest that we're not talking high density development or pickleball. We're talking no pickleball or pickleball. And if we were actually talking high density development, we'd be talking green light, and that's the backstop anyway to all of this. The process would take years to get to that point on this. This is going to take months. It's not a hypothetical where it's actually been submitted. So we know what we'd be talking about. We know what the Planning Commission is going to look at. So I would just suggest, I think we ought to be looking at exactly what's in front of us, not the hypothetical. And I think we know that this would be a very bad precedent.
Councilor Brenner.
One more clarification. I asked this early on, and I'd just like for you to emphasize it again. If there were a high-density apartment project, as Will said, it would trigger green light, and it would cause us to have a whole bunch of different processes that we would go through. So the chances of somebody swooping in and doing that while this is being litigated are not really reasonable, are they?
I would agree with that, especially with the transfer of development rights. You need a legislative act, so the council has to approve any units that get transferred. Greenlight, I think there's a separate discussion to be had on Greenlight because of what we're doing with the land use element update, but ultimately the city council has to approve whatever project is going to be proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hill, did you want to say anything before I speak again?
Pardon?
Did you want to say anything? I don't know if you're still standing there.
Well, I guess the only thing that I'd like to add is the city housing element is going to go to the voters 2 years from this November. I would bet a lot of money that it's going to lose. And eventually it's going to end up in the courts. And the court is going to say state mandate versus green light. And they're going to rule for state mandate. So, you know, I've been told by lots of 3 lawyers that specialize in working with Sacramento, that understand RENA, and they say, get out of the way. Green light will be Eagle 4, green light, Corey Kramer, Councilman O'Neill. They're going to be trumped by the courts. So that's the only thing I want to add. Sure, it's going to take 4 years. In 4 years, it'll happen.
Thank you. I know from talking to other mayors and city attorneys that there is already being similar ordinances being overturned, and that we expect it to continue to trend, and we're going to lose this local control. So if you want to protect, if we want to preserve the court and not have this particular location be high rise, and you want to enjoy it in 20 years and say, I did this, tonight's the night to vote for it. Councilman Avery.
Yeah, it could happen. But I can just get back to, we just have to work with what's before us. We can't look into the future here, although, you know, we know what's coming from the state, but right here tonight is our reality. And I don't know what's going to happen with the state and green light. Thank you.
Okay, let's vote.
What?
With council members Dixon and Mayor Muldoon voting yes, the motion fails 5-2.
Okay, thank you. We're going to call a brief recess.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I think we actually need to make another motion.
If you want it to go back to planning commission, you need an alternative motion. If you basically don't send it back to planning commission, the project's just dead.
Okay, yes, Councilman O'Neill.
Yeah, I'd like to not do that. So I'll make the same motion that we did on September 27th.
Okay, is there a second? Second by
second that.
Mayor Pro Tem Blum.
Doesn't feel good, but
Send it back to planning commission right now.
Councilmember Avery, Brenner.
wait, this is to
This
send
is
it
to
to.
send it back to the planning commission for them to look at the
That's
pickleball and bring it back to us.
Yeah.
With council member Dixon and Mayor Muldoon voting no, the motion carries 5-2.
I just couldn't make it.
Mayor, would you like to take a recess, like 10 minutes or 10-minute recess? Okay, thank you.
Okay, next item.
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon and City Council members. Again, Simone Georges, your Community Development Director, and with me is Principal Planner Ben Zadiba. Also in the front row here is Lauren Wooding-Whitlinger. She's our Real Property Administrator. So tonight's a really interesting item, something that we're really excited about. This is the expansion of the Lido House Hotel, and it is kind of a joint use agreement that we're going to talk about shortly with regards to the property we own for the Fire Station 2 site. I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Zadiba jump in. He has a brief presentation to go cover all the basics here.
Thanks. Just for the record, Mayor Pro Tem Blom excused himself for business purposes. Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Muldoon, council members. I'm going to keep this very brief, and I'll focus more on the pictures so you can look at them and understand the project. So just remind you, I know it's been about 9 years since we actually moved to the City Hall, this new Civic Center site, believe it or not, but this is the old City Hall site we're talking about. I have a call out there for Lido House Hotel. Obviously, we know where it is, south of Hoag Hospital, and it's located as you come onto the Balboa Peninsula. Brief background, you can see it here, but we started in September 2014, approving a 130-room project. It had some changes since then, ultimately opened in April of 2018, and has been very successful since. So here's the existing Lido House Hotel site. You can see the current lease area, very roughly, is 171,500 square feet. Notably, it does not include the former Fire Station number 2 site, which is highlighted in a yellow red box. So the proposed project includes a change to that lease area that expands by approximately 10,000 square feet to include the fire station site. And in order to show you what's going to happen on that site, we'll go to the next slide. So starting with I'm going to call it a two-part request. The first part is a hotel expansion. They're looking to increase the development limit by approximately 15,000 square feet. There are existing 5 3-story cottages on the hotel site. They're looking to actually mirror that and make another 5 cottages for a total of 10. We're using those as the equivalent of a room. They're looking to also improve other areas of the hotel, approximately 6,752 square feet for those areas, and do some other site work to improve the area. The last thing I'll note is installing a barrier fence along 32nd Street and Newport Boulevard with gates. So this is the second part. It's all interrelated, however. This is the joint use of the area. So you'll see on the bottom right of your screen, there's the former Fire Station number 2 building. The proposal is to demolish it and replace it with 28 private valet parking stalls and 14 metered public spaces on the opposite east side, as you see there in yellow. So I really love this graphic, and I'll focus a little more time on it because it shows a lot of the components of the projects on one snapshot. So if I click through, you'll see here, there's the parking spaces. You've got 28 valet parking stalls, 14 metered public spaces. I say metered, it's important to note that those are not an exclusive use of the hotel. They're first come, first served. They serve the public. Okay, now you've got the 5 cottages, again, shown as a mirror of the existing. It's supposed to look exactly like what's there, only a mirror image to replicate that same Lido House Hotel architectural look. At the forefront on Newport Boulevard, it's hard to see in this view, but you do have a greenhouse breakout room structure. And then there are enclosed walkways and a new breakout room adjacent to some of the conference facilities, along with a rooftop enclosure. It's important to note that the rooftop enclosure is not adding height. It's purely enclosing an existing space that does not currently have full all weatherproof enclosure. And then the last thing I want to highlight is the new fence. It's very crudely outlined in purple on your graphic there. Again, along 32nd Street and along Newport Boulevard. One thing I want to note with the fence on Newport Boulevard in particular is that it's still in maintaining a very significant public corridor that was discussed in the coastal development permit aspect, enhancing the public realm. So only at certain times would gates be employed in that area, and mostly for special events. So in terms of required entitlements, I will not read through all these for you. I know you've been through a lot this evening already. We've got amendments to the general plan, local coastal program, and zoning code. That's to increase the development limit to 118,573 square feet. That's the key legislative component and one of the main reasons it's coming before you this evening. One thing notable there, and it's detailed in your staff report, is that with any general plan amendment that includes an increase of intensity in an area that's already been had general plan amendments to increase intensity, like we have here in statistical area B5, we did undergo a Charter Section 423 analysis and determined that a vote is not required. There's actually still about 2,500 square feet left, even with this particular amendment. One thing I want to touch on is parking. So they do provide all the required parking on site. There was a parking demand analysis prepared by Len Scott Law Greenspan, their traffic engineering firm, and they determined the parking demand to be 151 spaces. All in all, on site, they're providing 165, and you can see all the different components that are proposed there. So you've got several bike racks and lockers. You've got 146 spaces, as well as 11 stacked valet spaces. So again, 165 spaces, all in total, based on those different components. I also highlighted again the 14 metered public spaces, which do not go towards that 165 parking spaces, but again are available on first come, first served basis to the public. As far as fiscal impact is concerned, here's a quick snapshot. At the end of the day, this is a very conservative and approximate estimate of approximately $237,000 in additional revenue to the city per year. You'll see that there's some estimates of TOT, added food and beverage, rent, and percentage rent revenues based on the performance of these additional 5 rooms. From a CEQA standpoint, there was an EIR prepared originally for the original project to convert the Civic Center to the hotel. Michael Baker International prepared that original document and prepared addendum number 2. The main takeaway is the project will not result in any new or more significant impacts. And as such, staff believes all findings can be made as presented in the several resolutions and ordinance before you to consider. We want you to conduct a public hearing, adopt the ordinance and all the resolutions, and to authorize the lease amendment, which my colleague Lauren Wooding-Whitlinger is available to talk more about. Again, staff is recommending approval, and we're available for any questions. I'd also like to note the applicant does have a brief presentation prepared if you'd like to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the request to hear from the applicant? Okay, seeing none, public comments on this item, please come forward.
Mayor Muldoon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. First, I wanted to establish, unsurprisingly, everyone makes mistakes, including me, sometimes our city staff. And I don't think this is highlighted in the staff report that you may have read, but if you look at one of the amendments you're being asked to make to the coastal implementation plan, which you will find on page 81 of the staff report, you will see that some stuff is being changed, moved from one column to another about the heights that are allowed and the heights that apply to the Lido House Hotel, or what we thought, have never been in the correct column. So this is just correcting a clerical error that was made back in 2014 when this was approved. What should have belonged to the Lido House Hotel, CV Lido Village designation was accidentally put in the Office General column, and staff is asking you to correct that, which I think is a good thing to correct. The reason I'm pointing out that we sometimes make mistakes, I would have you look at page 66, which is the general plan amendment, to table LU2. It used to have in it about a firehouse. The part about the firehouse has been deleted, but it's still saying something about that there is no limit to the municipal facilities that might be built. I am guessing that that, like the previous example, is inadvertently left in there and was not intended, because in the new plan, I don't think there is any plan for any municipal facility in that area. So I would suggest perhaps that needs to be cleaned up. Next comment I want to make is in the green light analysis. We've been hearing a lot about green light. You'll find that on page 61 of the resolution. And I'm not going to make a big point of this, but our staff is very fastidious about doing the green light analysis when the conclusion is no vote is needed. This is starting with when the original hotel was built, it only added 23,725 square feet back in 2012 or 2014. I just point out that's a very arbitrary number because there was no amount set for the original development at that site, which was the city hall. So it's just a made-up number. I'm running out of time, so I want to point out what I really want to point out to you, which is I have an objection to the fencing that is being proposed. And I want you to look at page 79 of the staff report, which is the amendments to the coastal land use plan. And I point out the last bullet point on that We have a 35-foot height limitation in Newport Beach. We've granted 2 exceptions to that over the years, one for the Lighthouse Tower at Marina Park, the second for this hotel. If you look at the last bullet point, the reason we allowed a height
Next
exception...
speaker, please. Next speaker,
Recently-
please. Okay, seeing other requests to speak, back to the dais. Is there a... Yes, Councilwoman Dixon.
Thank you. As this project is obviously in District 1, I'd be honored to support the recommendation of staff and the resolutions as presented on item 16.
Councilman Avery?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the proposed wall around the new part of the project, is it the same design as the wall in front of the hotel that's along Newport Boulevard? It's sort of the undulating wall?
Yeah, that's my understanding. Correct.
So it's going to match that?
Right, and it'll be lower in the front along Newport Boulevard than it will on 32nd Street.
Oh, okay. So how high will it be on 32nd Street?
I'll have the applicant architect address that if you'd like.
Okay. Yeah, and I only bring this up is because I've received, as I think some of the other council, just questions from the residents about it.
Good evening, council members. My name is Anthony Rozek, Vice President of Planning and Development for R.D. Olson Development, the applicants. And just a clarification, the serpentine wall along Newport Boulevard, that low wall, is an existing textured concrete wall. We are proposing a fence that would be wrought iron or metal, but concealed by a thick hedge or shrub. So you wouldn't really see the fence. The goal is to create a green wall. And the fence at some portions along 32nd is 5 feet high, and others that are closer to the serpentine wall lower at 3.5 feet, so that it blends into the existing fence and wall that is there.
Great. Thank you. The enclosing a portion of the rooftop deck or putting a lid on it, a roof?
Yes, the current turret, the top level of the greenhouse is open air.
Right.
And we're proposing to put in doors and windows to make it an enclosed space.
So that
and
added
not
to your...
open air, correct.
You added to the square footage count.
Correct, that it would then count to the square footage, yes.
Great. Great project. Thank you.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Okay, there's a motion, and I'll second it. Let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for ordinance 2022-22, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, approving a zoning code amendment for the Lido House Hotel located at 3300 Newport Boulevard and 475 32nd Street. With Mayor Pro Tem Blom recusing himself, the motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Next item, staff.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an annual review of our zoning agreement for Sierra by the Sea. They are in compliance. They're a good operator. They are present this evening. Would you like any further information?
I don't think so. I think we want to move this along. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comments on this item, please come forward.
Hi, my name's Nabila Carson. I am first and foremost very grateful for your work for our community. This is my first city council meeting. I've always grown up wanting to be a member of local government, and I'm going to rethink that. No, I know now everything about pickleball, but really such gratitude because I can't imagine what else. Who else would want to do this? It's a very noble job. I have been a part of Newport Beach now for a little over 12 years. My husband and I met out here, and we own our own individual condos that we rented out once we got pregnant about 1.5 years ago. So I have a newborn, and I am neighbor to one of these facilities in a residential space, 4126 Patrice Avenue. And I had an opportunity to review all this information prior to today's meeting, and it is inaccurate when you look at some of the, let's see, hold on, I'm sorry, I've lost the information that was provided on them being compliant. I've had many incidents since we've moved into our space over the last year where there is excessive smoking happening directly outside of the facility. And you can imagine in Southern California and Newport Beach, there's a lack of central air in a lot of these places, so our windows are open, and my child is often inhaling cigarette smoke in the middle of the night. They are also not complying by the time frame of when they can be outside the facility. So that's happening. You can imagine the condition of these patients isn't always great mentally. And I have a huge and an immense respect for the need for these facilities, but not always in a residential space. We moved into this rental. We own individually, my husband and I, 2 condos in Newport Beach, one in Villa Balboa and one in Versailles, which is kind of where we met when we were walking our dogs, but ended up renting this space because it's bigger for our growing family. And you can imagine, as a new mom, we do everything to keep her healthy and safe. When I have had these conversations with the patient, they haven't gone over very well with, all sorts of profanity and whatnot. And we love our neighborhood. There's children all along the neighborhood. In fact, my new neighbors are watching my baby with my husband tonight. So that's something very new. We love the area. Again, a decent amount of respect for these type of facilities, but I really ask that you rethink today's. I don't even know, this is my first meeting, so I don't know what's being proposed, but they're not compliant is what I'm saying. In fact, when reviewing this information, none of my calls into the city were reported. I've called probably 4 times. The information, I've never called the police because I feel like that's excessive. But the conversations I've had with the zoning and ordinance, they've always given me information on who to speak to. And when I speak to officials at this location, I kind of get a roundabout answer about, what's allowed, what's not. Technically, I don't believe they're allowed to smoke cigarettes right outside the facility, and they gather in groups to do it. And that never goes over well in conversation. So I just ask that you rethink about those facilities held in residential areas, because it is impacting us residential tenants/owners. Again, thank you. And again, I do want to emphasize that I understand the importance of these facilities, but I'm not sure that it makes sense to have them in residential areas. Thank you.
3 minutes, perfect, thank you. Yeah. Councilwoman Brenner would like to ask an individual question. Okay.
Nabila, I know it's hard. It sounds like tequila, Nabila.
No. I didn't hear to start with. So what street are you on?
4126 Patrice.
Okay. And that is a Sierra by the Sea facility that is next to you?
Yes.
Okay, and you have placed calls, but they've not been recorded, or there's not been
They weren't
any...
here in the documentation. It said that no calls had been reported since 2019. September of 2019. So I'm not sure if, and maybe it's because I didn't call the police. I don't know, but I definitely called the city, and I've had several conversations with zoning. I've also spoken to this location and their management, and they've assured me that, the city rules are they're not allowed to smoke and they're supposed to cross the street. In addition to that, there's cigarette butts all over the neighborhood. Our kids run around barefoot because, that's what we love.
Mm-hmm. So, Simone, I just want to clarify with you, because we've talked about this within the last week.
Right.
They're not allowed to have smoke that infringes on the neighbor's property, right?
That's correct.
So what needs to be done for them to get that situation resolved? Does she need to call the police? What does she need to do?
So I'm going to give her my business card so we can make contact with Nabilia and our code enforcement team. So we're in direct communication.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And Councilwoman Dixon, do you have a question as well?
I do. Similarly, ma'am,
Yes.
are you familiar with code enforcement in terms of a process to
Yeah, I
report?
did the whole research and looked it up, which is why I called there first to not even ruffle
the city's
feathers.
code enforcement?
Correct. And they gave me information to the individual that was running the facility. And I spoke with them, and, they apologized and assured me it wouldn't happen. But this is literally a bi-monthly issue.
How many times have you called code enforcement?
Twice. And then the other times I've just spoken with the facilities management.
Do you know if code enforcement came out to witness?
No, I don't
What time of day or night did you call?
I would always call during business hours in between meetings, so it would probably be anywhere from 2 to 4 p.m.
I will say this is very important. So your first experience speaking at city council, it's informative for us, because this is why the city has a code enforcement function.
Yeah.
So that our codes, our municipal codes, our laws are followed and adhered to. And so, as you read in the staff or the report on their operations, if no one calls, nothing gets reported.
Yeah.
So technically, your 2 calls, when did you call?
It would have been a month after us moving in, so August of 2021, and then again in December of 2021.
So, Mr. Churches, why would we have recorded that, or would that call have been recorded in this report?
Oh, good evening. This is Melinda Whalen, Planning Division. Yes, so if the calls were made in 2021, they would have been reported last year. And I vaguely remember smoking complaint coming up at Patrice and working with the operator on implementing their action plan for smoking and relocating the smokers to a different location on the property, and also limiting the number of smokers at one time. So if that has not worked for...
I think given the patient's conditions and often mannerisms, it's tough for those individuals that are operating. I've been there. It's frightening in some of their situations. It's very frightening. There's been altercations, often behavior that it's not safe for me to even approach them. So I can imagine that they sometimes also feel helpless. You'll mind that on Patrice, which is residential, the homes are so close to one another. Even when they are across the street, it's blowing into the homes. So I get it. I understand. I just wish the city would be a little bit more cautious of where we're allowing these facilities to go up. These homes are not, with big yards and space. They're literally on top of each other. There's multiple issues, and my time is up, but the trash as well. This facility brings on a immense amount of trash, which is the same trash that we take our stuff out to. So I just hope it's considered. I'll be calling you a lot.
Well, and thank you very much. Let me just address some questions to staff. Can we take some enforcement action if they have not been in compliance with the directive from a year and a half ago?
But like any type of enforcement action, we have to witness the violation. So I think we have a situation here that we need to just intervene and facilitate some more further dialogue with the operators and see where we can help and just kind of set it back on the right course.
Because, Mr. City Attorney, this is a city permitted facility, correct?
It is, and there are rules and regulations that they have to abide by. So I think that Simone's on the right track, that we'll need to work with them if there's issues that are arising, because they do have an obligation to basically try to prevent smoke from leaving their property and impacting other residents.
So the proposal that we are, item number C in the recommendation, staff recommendation, find that Sierra by the Sea has demonstrated good faith compliance. So should we take some other action to have an opportunity? Is anybody here from Sober Living by the Sea by any chance?
Yes, they are.
The applicant, are they here?
Yes. Miss Julie Thorne.
She's over there sitting with
them.
Yes,
All right,
please come forward.
please come up, and if you could introduce yourself and explain your role and what we're discussing, comment on what we're discussing right now, please.
Hello, my name is Julie Thorne. I'm the Director of Quality and Compliance for Sierra by the Sea. Now, in regards to the smoking complaint, the way that we have 2 houses on Patrice. So we have 4138 and 4142, and they sit in front of each other. So there's a back side and a front side. With the smoking complaints that had come in from the neighbors, what we had started doing was actually having our clients go across the street to smoke against the Hoag wall. So Hoag Hospital is directly across the street. There's no residences across from us. And Hoag uses that as their smoking area as well. So they're on one side of the wall, and then on the other side of the wall, that's where our clients go, typically. Now, our actual designated smoking area is still our front patio, but we try to always take them off site because of our neighbor having, which I haven't met her yet. I had wanted to make a point of going in and meeting her myself, actually. I started with the company in May. So with that complaint coming in and knowing that there were children there, we have tried to kind of accommodate to make it where the smoke doesn't interfere with our neighbors. Now, there are still times where they are smoking in front. We have limited it now to where no more than 2 should even be outside smoking at any time at any of our properties. But at that property specifically, we don't allow them to smoke out there. It's frowned upon, and we prefer them to go across directly on the other side of the wall from Hoag's smoking area. If that's still not being followed from our clients, then I would like to speak with the neighbor and give her my number, and she can call me as well, because that is something that I'm trying to make sure that we are practicing. Now, the way that those houses are set up, like I said, they're backed up to each other. So there is patios, but the patios are on the same side as her house, and so that is worse. The front patio faces the street, but when it's windy or there's any kind of a breeze, it's gonna blow smoke in that way. So that's why we're having them go across the street. We have our house that's behind there, and so I'm contemplating doing some logistical changes there to make it where they smoke in that backside. That way, it's not up against her house; it's against the people behind her neighbor's house, which it's like flipped. I can't really explain it, but there's not as many residential windows on that side and the back side. So I am trying to address it to make sure that there isn't any smoke going into her house, because she does have children, and having them, smoke across the street. But just like she said, sometimes even it's still lingering from the street. But I don't know if that's only because of us or also because of Hoag as well, because they're using that as their smoking area, and it's the same area.
May I ask you a question? Have you received other complaints from other residents?
No, just from her. And I've never met her. I've only heard from the staff that has said that she was very upset about some cigarette smoke that had went into her house.
And what about the trash issue and the cigarette butts?
Well, we have two residences there, and so we do have trash, but it's contained into the receptacles. And I have not heard anything regarding any issue with trash, how it's being stored, or us not being compliant in that area at all. And when I've gone over there, I go there once a week. I've never seen anything out of place. The trash is always put in.
So you don't live at the facility? You're there once a week? You're not there every day?
I do a safety walkthrough every single week in all of the facilities. No, I don't live there.
Is there a supervisorial person on site daily, 24/7?
Not the same person. So we have shifts. So
No, I know, but is there an employee who's monitoring and there is in a supervisorial position?
Yes, we have staff there 24 hours a day.
Okay.
And typically there's more than one staff member there.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's all for me. Thank you. So I don't know if this is more of a city attorney or Mr. Churches. Can we, if we take action tonight, can we put an additional condition on the action?
I don't think so. Your action tonight is that they've demonstrated good faith. So, are they in good faith in trying to come into compliance? And I think from listening to them this evening, they're going to be working with the neighbors. So I think that's the recommendation in front of you. Is there good faith compliance, that they're trying hard to come into compliance? And they're in compliance
maybe
with
I have a different definition of good faith.
Okay.
I mean, if this resident has called now several times over the last 18 months, I don't know if I see good faith compliance. I think they're a good operator. I'm not trying to suggest that. I'm just concerned that by saying in this report there have been no complaints, there have been. And I think the public, and this is more for the public and for nearby residents, to know what their remedies are to call code enforcement. Right. And so it gets documented.
And this is the public hearing to discuss these items, and this is just a receive and file item anyway, so there's no resolution or ordinance.
Oh.
So you can definitely provide direction, or you can just accept the report and then direct staff just to continue to work with the operator and the resident.
Well, then I guess that was what I would certainly recommend in the form of a motion. If I will make a motion to support this, but direct staff to work diligently with the operator and to make sure code enforcement is being responsive to complaints that come in from residents.
Understood.
And I would encourage residents to call code enforcement so the data gets collected and recorded, and then we have data to show compliance. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Avery.
Yeah, based on the testimony we've heard, if we were voting on this, I'd vote no. I just am fed up with this stuff. And we see it and there's more and more of these facilities coming into town buying real estate and setting up. And I am totally, from a policy standpoint, I get it. But where the rubber hits the road is how many folks do they have managing these facilities. And we went through this up in Duffy's district, and it's just, it's a problem, and we've got to be a little more up to speed on dealing with this, because we've got to give residents relief. They have no relief. They're not going to pick up and move. And if the operators aren't bringing on board enough staff to really watch it and to meet the, as they say here, the good faith effort, I doubt it's going to happen unless we
Send a message.
Unless
Well,
we
I
do
agree. I
something.
will,
So,
Mayor, I will
anyway.
withdraw my motion, please.
Okay. Councilman Brenner.
So Simone, what could we do other than just voting to receive and file this? What other steps could we take that could serve notice that this needs to be corrected?
So you're going to have to make a finding of whether they're in good faith compliance or not. That is one of the findings that you'll need to make, because it's an annual review of the agreement. So under C, it's more than just receive and file. You'd be having to make a finding of whether or not there's good faith. If you don't find there's good faith, then you'd be going down a revocation path. They have a vested right to have these facilities. You'd basically be giving them notice, potentially that they're in violation and looking to revoke the agreement. It seems that the overall violations, they're, few documented, and we have the testimony tonight. But overall, I think you could make the finding for good faith if the council wanted to.
Could we defer voting on this for a period of a month or 6 weeks and then see if this is corrected?
You could continue the item.
It's probably the wisest.
Yeah.
Rather than voting it. So I'll make a motion to continue the item.
I support that. I second it.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Let's vote. Oh, you're right. It's still open, actually. More public comment, please come forward. If you plan to speak, please come to the front now so I know. No one was standing, so I didn't.
Hey, good evening, council members. My name is Jeff Roberts. I reside at 20262 Spruce Avenue. My kids are fourth generation Newport Beach residents, and my family has had businesses here in town dating back to 1963. We currently operate the world famous Sergeant Pepperoni's Pizza Store on Bristol. And I want to commend the best police chief in the United States of America, Chief Lewis. Thank you for your service, Chief Lewis. And also to the council members, thank you for giving your time to serve all of us community members. So I just want to stand up as a father of 4 daughters in a beautiful community, Bayview Heights. It's really turned into a family community over the last 20 years. We've been there since 2001 with real concern about these types of houses that are housing, in our case, on Orchard Avenue, a halfway house or a mental illness facility, rehabilitation facility. And just a month ago, Chief Lewis's force was called out for a client that had left the property, and there was concerns about some public safety. My daughter was riding her bike around the neighborhood. Police cars are rolling around. This is, Newport Beach is a very special place where we all have invested our time and money serving this community, and we want a safe haven for our children to be raised in. Bayview Heights is a family community, and these types of facilities don't belong there in the mix with families and places of safety for our community. So I just strongly encourage you tonight to take into consideration any of all these facilities. Hope we can deep dive. And Councilmember Avery, I appreciate your comments. I think we're all aligned on this. We really have to do everything we can to avoid allowing these types of facilities in our community on a go forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. This was actually enlightening hearing about the facility that Sober Living by the Sea. My name is Jane Spitz. I live at 2074 Tustin Street, and it was interesting to hear about the licensed facilities and some of the challenges that we're having with those, and even having the full staff. It has come to my attention that there are a number of unlicensed, illegally operating facilities, and one is coming to my neighborhood next door to me, and it's deeply concerning to me and my family. I have 3 daughters, and that the city is not doing anything to force the illegal operators into shutting down. I don't understand why our city isn't taking action against these folks. If they are operating and they don't have a license and it's illegal in the city of Newport Beach, I wonder why isn't anything being done? And I feel concerned for the safety of the residents in the community, and I feel concerned for the safety of the people coming to these facilities. And I appreciate your consideration on this. And, kind of what is the legacy that we want our city to have? And do we want these rogue operators operating in our city? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. If you plan to speak, please come forward now.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Dickhout. I'm a mom of 3. This is my little guy, Parker. And I brought him up just to kind of take it out of the element that we're in and make it real, because this is a real thing. I'm a mom of 3 kids. I live in Newport Beach, and our front door is about 20 steps from the front door of one of these unlicensed rehab facilities. A few weeks ago, my 11-year-old was doing homework. And one of these incidents happened where someone gets out of the house, they go crazy in the neighborhood, the police are chasing them, there's fire engines, and she's so afraid, like, we're so close to them, and all my kids are so afraid. They're all sleeping in our bed. Like, this is not what I'm so sorry. This is not what we want in Newport Beach. This is not how we want our kids to feel. And I'm a person who's very passionate about mental illness. I run a nonprofit for 15 years. It's called the Happiness Project, and we help homeless kids in Orange County. So we deal with lots of mental health issues with parents. And I think there's so much need for help for mental illness, but just not in this way. And I just don't understand how we're still letting them operate, how we're just letting it happen, how we're letting them operate unlicensed. It's kind of like if I decided I wanted to open a bar and I just went and got a liquor license, and then I just opened the bar and said, well, my liquor license is pending. You would shut me down, because that's just not how it works. Like, I just feel like this isn't Newport Beach. Like, I love you guys. Like, Mr. O'Neill, I love everything you put out about supporting law enforcement and loving Newport Beach and loving your kids growing up here. Like, I just love all of it. And I just don't understand. It just doesn't make sense. So I came tonight with my family just to try to get clarity for how we can continue. And I know there's logistics. And I know, the state, and sometimes our hands are tied, but we have to be able to do better. And, me going to sleep at night with all 5 of us in one bed because my kids are afraid because we're so close to all this craziness that's not regulated, that's not licensed, that's not doing it the right way. We trust all you guys to really have our best interest, and that's what I came here to just ask you to follow through on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Brenner?
Aaron, I have a question. If we as a council took a position that we did not want to allow these unlicensed facilities to operate in our city, could that be, is there any reason that we as a council could not take that position and then have that be followed through on?
Well, I think that'd be something we need to, potentially discuss in more detail, because, we have a consistent philosophy overall throughout the entire city about how we go about doing code enforcement. And basically the way we do code enforcement is that if someone's in violation and there's a path for them to come forward and come into compliance, and they are diligent in pursuing that path, then we typically will basically forgo enforcement during that period of time while they're seeking the license. And the facilities they're talking about are called the Mental Health Collective, and they are unlicensed. There's 3 of them. They're unlicensed, but they've done everything according to the state that they need to do to be on path to get licensed. I don't know why the state hasn't issued the license. I've been trying to set up a meeting with the supervisors over there to figure out whether or not they're going to get licensed or not. If they're not going to get licensed, then it's perfectly appropriate for us to take enforcement action. If they're going to be licensed in the next week or 2, we lose control over those facilities. And it really is a situation where I don't understand, what the state is doing. They've applied for these licenses. The state says they've done everything they need to do to, basically consider the items. and they're not either denying them or approving them. They're basically in limbo. But I think the most important point is that we treat everyone the same. We don't take special enforcement action against the disabled facilities. We treat everyone the same, and it's a kind of a consistent enforcement philosophy.
Whose policy is that?
So that's the overall philosophy of how the city's basically gone about doing code enforcement. And it's basically how everyone does code enforcement kind of across the state. We're complaint-based. We basically go forward and try to bring people into compliance. The overall goal of code enforcement kind of through most cities is to basically bring people into compliance as opposed to impose punishments on them. It's really to bring them into compliance with the code.
Does this need to be an A1 discussion where we really can delve into this and figure out if that's how we want our city to continue?
I think it would be perfectly appropriate for you to do an A1 to see whether or not you want to kind of change the overall philosophy of how we go about doing code enforcement, because we don't treat people differently based on whether they're disabled or not. We basically treat everybody the same, and what they're asking for really is for us to treat these homes differently than basically we treat other people in similar situations. Now, this is a weird situation because normally we control the entire process because they're coming to us for permits. In this situation, they're basically going to the state for the permit as opposed to coming to us. So we're a little bit hand-tied because we don't control when the state will issue the license or not issue the licenses.
Can I A1 this at this time, or do I have to wait until the next meeting to do that?
You can always A1 anything before the Tuesday at 5 p.m.
Okay, I'd like to A1 this discussion so that we could really all talk and decide if we really want this to be the way our city operates.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on this discussion, Mr. Churches, where are we on the proposed new ordinance?
We went to the Planning Commission and we got some feedback from the commissioners. So we're still kind of going through that ordinance before we bring it back to the Planning Commission. So it's still in the process because we did already make a presentation to the Planning Commission. We got their feedback and input. So we're still kind of going through the legal mechanizations of the ordinance.
All right, I would maybe is Tara here? Tara. Maybe we should have a committee, an ad hoc meeting, just to update us on what the Planning Commission recommended. Okay. And there's Erica. Could we also, Aaron, and we could get it more into this if this item is put on the agenda, or maybe in the proposed ordinance that's pending, and we should need to bring that forward quickly. Would we be able to put a time limit on the state if the state has not approved the proposed license application after X number of days, 30 days, 60 days, no more than such a date, then we will do something, start enforcing our own municipal code against these operators who are not licensed to operate?
So I think the key component is you want to treat everyone, equally. You don't want to be accused of having discriminated against one group over another. So I think what you need is a consistent overall philosophy about how you're going to enforce the municipal code, and that might require additional resources if we're going to take a different path. But I think that ultimately we want to treat everyone equally. As far as how we go about enforcing.
Well, of course, I think everybody would agree with that, but this is these kinds of facilities and operations are unique in that, every other law that the state passes, whether it's speed limits or public safety related, we can enforce a state law. ABC, they enforce. So this is a situation where the state, we all know the circumstances, the state has created this situation that cities are powerless, and it's very unique. The cities are powerless to enforce their own municipal code. We enforce state laws all the time. We just had a 3-hour discussion about state laws that are going to be affecting our city, and we have no option on this. So I think I support Ms. Brenner's A1. I don't know if we need to do an A1 as much as just get this ordinance before us and understand what the Planning Commission is saying, because we could incorporate it. The process is already there. We can incorporate any proposed changes once we see this draft ordinance. So we'll see. We keep moving forward, but let's see the proposed ordinance and let's have a meeting of our ad hoc.
I think the important thing is this item that they're discussing right here is not on the agenda. Okay, so we've had a brief discussion about it. They bring it up in relation
Okay.
to Sierra by the Sea, but this isn't on the agenda,
I get
so
it.
we can't really discuss
All right,
it
but
this evening.
it helps us inform how we deal with the proposed item on the agenda when we see the ramifications that extend beyond it. Thank you.
Councilman Brenner, did you want to speak now, or did you want to hear the rest of the speakers go first? Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Erica Kane. I'm a resident of Newport Beach. So in August of 2021, we all are aware of the incident that happened in Santa Ana Heights in which a young man was shot and killed when he entered into the neighbor's home. He was a patient at one of these facilities. Since that time, the city has told us that the only thing the city can do is enforce code enforcement. So it is really troubling to hear tonight that that woman did submit complaints to code enforcement and they weren't in fact documented appropriately. So I ask that you guys consider or reconsider or whatever you need to do with Sierra by the Sea. It's just very concerning that those reported calls were not documented appropriately. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. If you plan to speak, please come forward now.
Hi. Thank you for your attention again. I can't help but reiterate what I said earlier, which is you guys are being wamboozled. Every time the subject of shutting these guys down and code violation comes up, you're being told that they're in violation of some violation. They're not violating anything. They don't have a license. You need to have a license to be in violation of something. This is called wamboozling. And then sweeping under the rug is called when you complain about something that you don't want to deal with, the complaints don't end up showing up. I went to the police department. I called code enforcement. I sat with Mr. Harp for 45 minutes. I've written you guys 2 letters. I've shown up. This is my 3rd city council meeting. I brought friends this time. We got over 800 petition signings of people who care about this. Why don't you care about it? They are in violation of nothing. They have no license. I'm in the weed business. I wore my weed shirt today. Weed, cannabis. Can I open up a weed shop in Newport Beach when I'm waiting for my license? It might be in Costa Mesa, but I'm waiting for my license. It doesn't matter that they're waiting for their license. Today, they are open stores in Newport Beach, unlicensed facilities. If they were doctor's offices, you'd shut them down. If they were massage parlors, you'd shut them down. But you hear from Mr. Harp that it's really important that we treat everybody the same. How about we treat scofflaws like scofflaws? People who aren't following the rules get shut down. That's called the rule of law. I'd love to hear some comments.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Bill Lyon, resident of Newport Beach, and I'm just going to make kind of a general comment here. Orange County's population, we're about 8% of California's total population, but we have an estimated 45% of group homes throughout California, so we are way over concentrated. And I think one of the things that we've talked about in the past is to bring complaints to the state. Well, we've done that, and in this case, the Mental Health Collective, we've certainly made multiple complaints. We get no response, or we get a robo response and no follow-up. And I think the reason is it's not a state issue. The state isn't going to do anything about it. It's not a state problem. It's an Orange County problem. And increasingly, it's a Newport Beach problem, as we know. So last year we were here speaking about, I think, one proposed facility that was going to go in, first of its kind, social rehabilitation facility. Today there are 4 operating, plus 3 in that are going to be proposed here shortly. So that's 1 year. Year 2 is going to be another 7. And we can see this kind of start to avalanche. These are highly profitable, businesses. So we're only going to get more and more complaints, more and more residents up here talking. Unfortunately, the state's not going to do anything. We've kind of been through this. It's going to fall on the city. And again, I think the residents are pretty well informed of this issue, and we just haven't found a published state court opinion that would prevent the city from putting either a state licensed facility or unlicensed facility under the conditional use permit. And again, we're all residents, and we're all going to feel this. And next year there's going to be, more and more people, more and more residents. We have 42 children within 8 parcels of this proposed social rehabilitation facility. And we all know what happened in Santa Ana Heights last year. So there was this great concern about this. If we're just saying the state will handle it, well, they're not going to handle it. So we have to look to the city. And we appreciate your position. It's a difficult one, but perhaps we can work together and find a middle ground to control this.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Hi. Let me ask you to repeat what you just said. You researched the case law. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, there isn't a published opinion from a state court that would prevent this city from putting a state license, and I'll call it integral facility, under the conditional use process use permit process. The state law really is to protect standalone treatment facilities that operate like a family, 6 beds and under. But what's happened is these operators are scaling in our community. They've got multiple houses. They've got one large treatment center where they basically pick up people in the morning from all these different houses, go to a central location to treat them, and then bring them back to the homes at night. And the way we look at it is, wait a minute, there are multiple homes that are vanning these residents to this one facility where they share staff and services to get treated. And therefore, you ought to really look at it not as, say, 4 or 5 separate homes, which 6 beds and under the state law, they kind of use that cover so that they'll tell the city, oh, you can't put us under the conditional use permit. We're 6 beds and under, we're state licensed. But really, you got to add all those rooms together, beds, and say, okay,
I get it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. I don't know how we advance this. Granted, we need to have an agenda item for this. I understand that. But I would like to make sure that we find a way to enforce our municipal code against an unlicensed facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. Plan to speak, please come forward now. Okay, seeing none, we have a motion to continue until the second meeting in November, and we have a second. Let's vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Okay, is there any request for a staff report on this next item? Okay, seeing none, public comments on this item, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Jim Carlson. I'm an architect and Newport Beach resident for 42 years. I'm also the chairman of the Coalition to Protect Mariners Mile, and we're here to talk about the circulation element. I wrote a letter to all of you first week of October, August. And I just want to follow up on that. I think this document should be more of a planning document and not have conclusions in there. There's one phrase in here that bothers me the most, and it's policy CE 2.3.1, coast highway ownership. And in that document, in that paragraph, it refers to the ultimate width of Mariners Mile, like that's a conclusion that you're going to widen this Mariners Mile when it should be under study and get public comment and other investigations to support that. That was our point. So we want to make that point that we think that should be changed. Thank you.
Yes, next speaker.
David Tanner. I'd like to add to my prior comments. Circulation element fails to meet statutory requirement to address, in quote, other local public utilities and facilities. You've heard a lot from staff about all the work that's gone into the circulation element update. I'd like to let you know there's less than 1 page of written material on complete streets. Here it is right here on the circulation element. And there are 2 pages of written material on climate change right here from the circulation element. This text that I showed you summarizes the laws. The policies individually state the city will follow the laws. That's what's in before you tonight. The public has been waiting for years to figure out how you're going to do it. You're being asked to make a finding that the circulation element is correlated with the land use element. You can't make this finding at this time because the land use element is being updated to be consistent with the housing element update. Neither the circulation element update or the land use element are consistent with the housing element at this time. The circulation element's climate change goals and policies commit the city to reduce the city's carbon emissions. To accomplish this goal will mean higher gas and energy prices across the board. The city will utilize a total carbon footprint form of analysis from cradle to grave, which will mean users of electric vehicles, including boats and buildings with solar panels, will not be exempt from the implementation of these goals and new policies. The city will increase the costs or increase taxes to meet the state's goal of converting from individual automobiles to mass transit forms of mobility. This is what you are committing the city to if you approve this tonight. The circulation element fails to meet statutory requirements to address environmental justice. The effects of circulation elements updates climate change goals and policies on the poor, children, persons with disabilities, and seniors. They will be hit the hardest by increasing energy costs and increased costs of living. You should postpone your action until you have considered the impacts on the poor, children, persons with disabilities, and seniors. You are being asked to conclude these changes to the circulation element will have no possible adverse impact on the environment, including our quality of life. You are being asked to find that no mitigation to protect the residents or the environment is necessary. You may feel it is okay for staff not to respond to the public's request for information to enable the public to meaningfully comment on the circulation element update. You may also feel it is okay for staff to say the circulation element, in the circulation element that the element represents, and quote, public's views on current circulation issues. Nothing can be further from the truth. We will see from your actions tonight if you really want the public's participation. This is your legacy, particularly since there is no legislative mandate requiring City Council approval at this time. You could simply thank staff for their efforts and continue the item until the land use element update hearing with no penalty to the city. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mayor Muldoon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. As I understand it, this is a public hearing tonight, and you're hearing comment on this document. Some of them hopefully constructive comments for improvement of the document, and I think you have the authority to do something as a result of those comments. 2 weeks ago at the October 11th study session, we heard a narrative that there has been a great deal of public comment on this draft circulation element. Many of the ideas have been incorporated. It's really hard to know that. I think you were being told you were going to see those comments. The Planning Commission actually saw them on September 28th, I think it was. The only comments that I see attached to this staff report tonight actually came at that October 11th meeting. And as near as I can make out, all but one of them, the last comment letter asking for suggested routes to school, is the only one that's been incorporated. All the other comments that were made seem to have been ignored. I do not know why. And so, in fear of being cut off again, I'm just going to concentrate on one of those suggestions. Looking through the material that was presented to the Planning Commission, I saw what seemed to be a very reasonable suggestion for improvement from Mr. Tanner, who just spoke. It was in a document March 16th, 2021. And in that comment, he was pointing out policy CE 2.1.2, street and highway networks. The policy you're asked to be you are being asked to approve tonight reads in full, construct the circulation system described on the map entitled the Newport Beach Circulation Element Master Plan of Streets and Highways shown in Figure CE1 and Figure CE2, the cross sections. So you're instructing the staff as a matter of policy to construct these streets that still include the 19th Street Bridge and the various roads through Banning Ranch and other things, and to build those streets this way, this illustration showing cars on 2, 3, 4, 6-lane highways. These are not complete streets. They don't have bike lanes in them. It's not clear they even have sidewalks. Why would you be asking the staff to commit to building those streets that we're not going to build and in this fashion that we're not wanting to build them in? Mr. Tanner's suggestion was the word construct be changed to the word update. The policy, what you should be telling the staff to do is they really need to update this map. They need to update this highway design. These are not complete streets. This is not internally consistent. I think that's an eminently reasonable suggestion to change the word construct to update. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, bring it back to the dais. Councilman Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. So how does it work with Caltrans and PCH through Mariners Mile? Will we be able to, I know that they want to widen it and make the cars go faster is what we all hear. If this goes through, how do we negotiate with Caltrans? Because don't they have rights over us in some way?
Yes, through Mariners Mile, the state owns that section of Coast Highway, so if the city wanted to take over ownership, that it would have to be a negotiated agreement between the state and the city. And when we have done that in the past, say we did a negotiated agreement through Corona Del Mar, there was money involved with taking over what would be the liability and the maintenance and other issues. When we've sat down with the state previously and talked about this, we haven't gotten much in terms of an agreement over how much money the state would be willing to put towards the city for those issues.
Well, I just would hope we can all work something out that with the state and us that we like. I'm hoping. Can we do that? I mean, negotiate, or is it just their way or the highway? No pun intended. Sorry.
I think each time we've sat down with the state, it can be to talk about any topic, and the first thing they'll want to say to us is, hey, let's talk about taking over the highway. So, but there's never been anything where they've come to the city and said, let's work out a dollar amount. It's just been, hey, we'd like the city to take over the facility. So it hasn't gone beyond that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Brenner.
Tony, have we seen a document such as Dave and Jim were referencing that shows the public input and where it has been incorporated into our policy?
Right. When we went through the Planning Commission process, all throughout that, all of the public comments that were part of all the public workshops have been part of the document that went to the Planning Commission. So the process of updating the circulation element was delegated from the council to the Planning Commission. So we went through all of that process with the Planning Commission and in the discussions of the document and the input through the workshop. So it's been through the Planning Commission.
What percentage would you say of the suggestions from the public were incorporated into our plan?
It's a high percentage. We absolutely wanted to incorporate the documents or the ideas that the public had for putting into the circulation element. I mean, I've said it in previous meetings, I see it as a community document. I really wanted to incorporate the city's thoughts into the document.
And what about Dave's comment that we don't need to be approving this right now, that we can wait and do it with our land use element or the housing element? Which one was it?
Right. No, when we discussed this at the study session the last time, basically what we're bringing to you now is to bring forward all of the state mandates and laws that have been passed many years ago. Some of these complete streets were passed in 2008, and we have not incorporated these state laws into our circulation element. So, you know, we'd like to bring that forward. I believe we should be incorporating these state laws that some of them have been on the books for many years, and do that now rather than go ahead and wait another couple of years or whatever the length of time is to approve the housing element or the land use element as well. So we're bringing it forward to you now to incorporate these state laws and
The
mandates.
state laws at, so,
Councilmember Brenner,
Yeah,
if I
go
could
ahead.
also
Yeah,
tag onto
sure.
that. It is not unusual to be acting in this manner. Recently, we conducted the analyses for the City of Long Beach's general plan. They decided to do their circulation element in total first before they undertook their land use element.
really?
So it is at your discretion to stage these. Yes, it is usual and customary, one would think, a wholesale update of a general plan, but that is not required, and that is not what all agencies have practiced in the state.
So if we were to vote to move forward to incorporate these new state laws and get that all into our circulation element, does that mean that we could still make adjustments to that down the road, right?
That's correct. In fact, the resolution that the council passed for the GPAC committee does talk about the responsibilities of that committee is to review goals and policies as the process moves forward. So, in fact, it's clearly put forward in this resolution that you'll be looking at tonight that there will be a traffic analysis done as part of the land use or the land use element update. There will be a full, complete traffic analysis, and the GPAC will be reviewing that analysis and the policies that are tied to that traffic analysis. So this is not a document that it's all the way going through and that's it. These policies will be continued to be reviewed by the GPAC.
That's great, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Follow-up question to Mr. Duffield's question, Tony, under CE 2.3.1, Coast Highway ownership. The way this reads, pursue ownership of Coast Highway throughout Newport Beach as opportunities arise. Well, is that what we really want to do? Why do we pursue ownership? I mean, why do we need to? I guess I have the two questions that are kind of opposite of one another. I would say we should pursue ownership in order to accomplish that. If Caltrans, if the state of California does not want to widen PCH, okay with me. But why would, I think we're kind of split as a community to widen Mariners Mile. We really haven't gone through all that analysis. I knew we've talked about it over the years, but are we trying to drive that approval so we can widen it and we can only accomplish it by pursuing ownership, or is the state of California going to do it anyway because it's in their master plan?
Well, like I said, we've had discussions with the state about this process and whether it would be beneficial to the city to take ownership, say through Mariners Mile. There obviously would be benefits to that because then we can control the roadway and how we would want any changes or improvements done. But the downside is we have to weigh, the benefits to the costs, the liability, et cetera. And when we don't have another party that's really giving a fair negotiation to that, then that's where it's been sitting for quite some time.
Okay, so that's my follow-up question. I would suggest a slight revision to this language, if people agree. Pursue ownership of Coast Highway throughout Newport Beach. Strike as opportunities arise. Why don't we pursue it? I mean, just as you've described, no opportunities have arisen. They're not aggressive about it. Either we're going to pursue it or we're not. Do we want to pursue it?
Right. Well, I don't know if, I mean, it might be good for Dave Webb, our Public Works Director, to really address this. I know he's been probably a lot more involved in these discussions,
but as the phraseology of as opportunities arise, this is why nothing has happened in all these years, because one party or the other thinks that no opportunities have arisen. Is it better for the city that we own it, and should we pursue it? Maybe too expensive and we can't, but at least let's figure that out.
So at the last time the council actually took a review of this, it was many years ago, and we actually looked at two lengths, Newport Boulevard and Coast Highway. And the conditions changed since we bought Corona Del Mar segment. We bought that, we got $3.5 million for that segment. When we looked at the longer segment of 4.8 miles of the Coast Highway from the San Juan River to Jamboree, the state was offering us, if I remember right, $79,000 for it, because they had changed the means of how they calculate
Only
relinquishment.
$79,000?
$79,000. We have a whole PowerPoint presentation. The council reviewed all this. We looked at the highway. They asked staff and the legal group to do an analysis of it. It's the most expensive highway in our city to maintain because of the width and the height of it. It's got a $55 million Bay Bridge in the middle that they want us to take, and that will be replaced one day. It's the most legally that's how do we say, liability-wise highway, because it's got the highest accident rates per mile. You always hear about large, particularly in that area. So we'd inherit a lot of exposure the council looked at, and for the cost, it made no sense. Will that change in the future? I don't know. I don't see the state changing. They're really trying to give these highways to the city. We don't gain a lot of gas tax back. But when we calc that out, it's very little. So it's really a burden we take on. It's really the council's policy, how much you can do with it. We've talked internally about that. If we took it over, how much could we actually do? Because we still have to go under the state requirements for lane widths, speed, all the things that we can do. The only thing you can really do is plant big trees in it, which Caltrans doesn't allow us now, and do some landscaping. So there's a question, should we do that? So to your point, maybe you want to modify it. Pursue it if it makes sense. I don't know, conditions may change.
Why even pursue it in there?
But see, we can still do things, and we do because Caltrans doesn't. We do projects on it now. We applied OCTA, we widen, we do pavement. We actually have a maintenance agreement. We're maintaining it. We sweep it, we pick up the trash because we want it, because we want it to look good. It's
So
still owned.
so what would be the benefits of ownership?
I don't know a lot right now. We'd have to look at that again. It didn't make sense last time. Conditions have not changed. The state's not offering a lot of money for it. So again, I think maybe modifying that might make sense.
Because I mean, pursue ownership of Coast Highway through, I mean, doesn't sound like we're going to want to do that.
Well, there's a benefit of it. You know, again, there's two sides of this conversation. We've had this whole discussion about widening Mariners Mile,
Right.
and there's several council documented presentations. Right now, under the MPAH, which guides our highways and actually plays in the Measure M payments we get, that highway should be, and correct me if I'm wrong, probably an 8-lane facility, Tony, last we looked at. That's how much traffic is documented going through that. Under OCTA guidelines, we should have 8 lanes. The council years ago said we're going to keep it at 6. So in the MPH right now, it's held at 6 lanes. I'm not a believer going to 4. I think you're going to bake in problems like we deal with Corona Del Mar. I think we can get to 6. We've been working on it over years with or without Caltrans. Those are decisions that will be made down the road. But I would at least say let's safeguard that until the council wants to look at the policy and the actual, what do they want to do with it.
But ownership of it is not.
It's not required that we own it to widen the highway. It's not required that we own it to maintain it.
So why is this in here? Pursue ownership.
Councilmember Dixon, if I can maybe give you a
Sure.
tangible example. The city of Newport Beach has been active in bicycle infrastructure implementation. One of the first things that you did was put the 3-foot buffered bike lane out on those streets that you currently own and operate. When the city tried to install that on the Caltrans segments of Coast Highway, they said no, because at that time that wasn't according to their standards. There are going to come times, especially as we talk about complete streets, that you will want to investigate other means of implementing strategies. If you still are have a master at Caltrans, you will first have to go to them to say, is this within your playbook? Whereas if you own it, you will have greater flexibility to do things like the buffered bike lane.
Okay, well, all right, that's good. Thank you, Tony. That's good information. So I still think we should edit this. Either we pursue it, or we aggressively pursue it, or don't put the words in there, because the way we've been pursuing it, when opportunities arise, sounds very passive. Should we be a little bit more determined or direct in our objective, if it would be beneficial for bike lanes and to complete our bicycle master plan?
Right. I think we can modify that language. Again, this is one that's a carryover from 2006. So there have been those discussions from 2006 to now with Caltrans. But we can modify the language so it's a little bit more in terms of Well, we'll find the best
And I'd like
language,
to
not so
Tony's
firm.
point, Tony Petros's point, put words in there so that we may complete, for the objective is to complete the bicycle lane or to protect or create an opportunity for bicycle lane. I think that would be a reasonable objective if that would help us achieve that.
Might I suggest to allow flexibility and discretion in other design alternatives?
Good.
We don't know what they may be.
Yeah.
I don't want to pin it on bikes, because if you're talking about complete streets, it may be wider sidewalks, it may be tree-lined streets.
Well, I agree with you. At the very minimum, if this language is a carryover from 2006, it needs to be updated. So
Understood.
so what's the action that we're doing tonight? Do we need to, we can't create this now. Do we bring this back?
No, I think the action tonight, we brought forward to you a resolution. The resolution is focused on incorporating the state mandates into this document. Certainly, you can make some change. You can, add to that or tack on to that resolution a change to this particular this particular policy, the language. But what's before you tonight is a resolution to incorporate the state mandates.
All right, well, what, Mr. City Attorney, what should we do?
Right, and I'll come back, I'm sorry, Councilmember Dixon. I'll come back again to the GPAC, as I noted before.
Okay.
That as this continues through and the land use element is updated and the housing element, incorporating all three together, the GPAC will be able to review these
all
as
right.
well.
That's
Right,
okay.
as they're tied to when that traffic analysis is being prepared.
Okay, so you'll remember all of this. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you, both Tonys. I appreciate it.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Yes, Councilman Avery.
Thank you. Tony, so there's just flexibility here. We're not being locked in by this. This is just moving on. You're looking at it all the time. To Mr. Tanner's points, Mr. Mosher's points, I'm sure you were pretty much already aware of that. I mean, these things, I saw you were taking notes, and
right,
you know, there's a lot there, and it's great to have public input. It's great to
Right. No, I mean, going through the entire process with all the workshops that we held and the planning commission meetings that we held, we wanted to update this document. Clearly, it's a 2006 document. It needed updated language. It needed to have these new goals and policies input that cover these state laws. So that's the primary reason. And again, the GPAC, what I see is as the traffic analysis is being prepared, they will be involved in reviewing that. And then the specific policies that are tied back to, say, the master plan and these other policies that are associated with traffic impacts from the housing element and land use planning, that they will review that.
Yeah. And then just one final thing about Coast Highway, I think really have to think hard about any kind of plan to purchase the highway, or, you know, to take over the liability and the maintenance of the highway, where perhaps, you know, sort of a, you know, guerrilla style, just getting the wins when you can with them, and it evolves over time. But to take that on is, I think, a lot.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, and but thank you very much for your work on this. It's there's a lot of stuff there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move the item.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Blom. Let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Madam Clerk, please read the announcement for motions for reconsideration.
A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council at either this meeting or the previous meeting may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Are there any takers? Please, please, let's do this again. Okay, seeing none, we are adjourned in memory of Judy Rosner. Councilwoman Dixon?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Judy Bogan Rosner died, surrounded by her family, on Saturday, October 1st, at her home in Newport Beach. Born and raised in Los Angeles, she graduated from UCLA, receiving her BA in sociology. Later, she received her MA in political science from Cal State Fullerton, and eventually her PhD in government from Claremont Graduate School in 1979. As always a devoted mother and wife, Judy constantly listened to the news radio, KNX and KCAT. She discovered a love of politics, environmentalism, and activism, helping to preserve the Back Bay and Newport Beach, and later preservation of Bolsa Chica Ecological Reserve north of Huntington Beach. In 1970, she became a lecturer at UCI Extension, eventually moving to the UCI Paul Mirage School of Business, where she became a professor emerita. Her research focused on men and women at work, cultural diversity, and business and government. In 1979, her political environmental experiences led to a seat on the California Coastal Commission. She consulted with and gave lectures to CEOs and top executives of some of the largest corporations in the world. Her impact on the way organizations view women in leadership was monumental and enduring. She had an indomitable spirit. She is the author of 2 books and numerous articles, including the groundbreaking article, Ways Women Lead. She is preceded in death by her beloved husband Joseph and twin brother Mike Bogan, and is survived by her sister Bobby Lovell, also of Newport Beach, her sister-in-law Jeannie Bogan, her 3 children, Lynn, Doug, and Janet, their spouses, and her 4 grandsons. Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned.